Doesn't know how to speak English. I'll be back, you fucking cunt, you. He didn't start the stream, he didn't start it.
Still gonna start. Oh. 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 Oh.
Cut.
Fuck.
Why does your mic sound like a faggot?
Oh, what's wrong with my mic?
It sounds like you're far away. Damn, dog, I fucking died. You know, it's interesting crashing well in cockpit view. It's fucking crazy. I'm inside the car, dog.
Yeah, you're dead, dude.
Fuck.
500 right here watching.
Look. Whoa. This is insane.
Yeah, this is nuts.
So what part of our systems is for people of color?
All of it. The entire system is for everybody. Anybody who's an American citizen.
So you
That
feel
was a
like
dumb question.
there's nothing. So you
That's a brain dead question. What part of society can black people be accepted? That's crazy. That's how brainwashed black folks are. I don't even know if that's brainwashed. That's a lack of capacity.
Everybody's equal in their rights, but not everybody's obviously equal in their, what they have. Like, I grew up in a double wide trailer. He grew up in Boca Raton, so, we didn't grow up equal. We're both white. I mean, he's a Jew, so that's probably why he grew up in Boca Raton, but, so we're not equal in what we possess as we start, always, but we are equal in what we're allowed to do.
Exactly.
Okay, but Matt,
Do you think that there's any law that allows me to do something that you can't do, for example?
I don't think there's any laws that say that you can do something that I can't. But then again, this system can't be ignored. Like we can't just say it does not exist because there's countless examples of it existing.
Maybe give one example of what you're talking about. So what's wrong with the system that allows, I guess, racism to be systemic or institutionalized?
I mean, I would.
Hey y'all, everybody, this is why 96% of blacks vote for Democrats. We had a black president 2 terms, won the electoral college and the popular vote.
Yeah.
For black people to still think that this country is systemically racist is just, you're not using your brain.
Yeah, I don't know what this is. This dude, what do you think it is? That dude's got like a mental block somewhere. Well, why it prevents him
Well, he's
from using
around,
his brain?
he's black, he grows up around black people, everything he watches is black, he's living inside of a bubble.
Yeah. No, we kind of experienced that
Yeah.
growing up, but then we moved into a poor white neighborhood, and then we got to experience the white side, and we also lived in black communities. That's why I think we're so well-rounded.
Right.
Most black people, majority of black people, they've only lived in black communities. They've only resided in black areas.
Only listen to black music, only watch black TV shows, only look at left-leaning politics.
Yeah.
That's why they're the way they are.
We're the opposite of that. We have civil rights acts on top of civil rights acts in addition to the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. The Amendment being written for the sole purpose of expanding and equalizing the rights of white people and black people. And furthermore, the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause echoes exactly what
Damn.
the Civil Rights Act says.
Yeah,
I
you
got
see these,
fucked
they're
up.
just filming and waiting for something to pop off.
Yeah, they waiting for something bad to happen.
Yeah, that's what they're there for.
Right?
They probably
You
trying to
cannot
instigate too.
Yeah.
be discriminated based on your inalienable characteristics like your race, your sex, your sexuality, etc.
But even though we have these laws, that doesn't stop it from happening. We still know that.
You're right, racism does happen still, even though there are laws that ban it. And I think that those laws are oftentimes used to enforce a culture of anti-racism in the United States. We actually cancel people for being racist all the time. But we have in the system, as far as the system goes, you can't stop people from being racist on an individual level, unfortunately. It happens in every country, on every continent, all around the world, and it has since the beginning.
It even happened between blacks.
Yeah.
Dark-skinned blacks are racist against light-skinned blacks.
Yeah. You know what? You think white people are gonna sit around and let black people keep them down? You know, there's a such thing as racist black people. You think white people gonna
guitar practice
moan
though?
and gripe about racist
Yeah, it was
black
late
people?
though. I woke up at 10. I felt good, but I wanted to relax, and then I fell asleep and woke up at 2:30. What a faggot joke, dude.
And you were late?
Yeah, I was 15 minutes late.
How'd that happen, dog?
What happened?
How were you late?
Because I woke up at 2:30.
Isn't your guitar practice at like 7?
No, it's at 3. Only the first one was at 7.
Gonna blame them for keeping them down?
Yeah. You would never see a white man make an excuse. Man, it's because I'm white. They're keeping me down because I'm white. You would never see that.
Yeah.
Beginning of time. But what you can do is make it illegal to institutionalize it by saying, you know,
Well,
you
let's
can't
just have a
allow
conversation.
you have to allow everybody to eat at your restaurant. You can't not admit people based on their color. You can't prioritize people based on their color, etc. And I would say that I would say getting rid of DEI works towards that objective.
So, y'all had say,
I know he didn't go on a black HBCU campus. Yeah, this dude's got the balls the size of. This dude's got rhinoceros nut. Yeah.
The fuck is your problem, though?
Dog, I was taking a shit today while I was working, dude.
You were working at home?
Yep.
Nice, dude. That's your story?
I mean, yeah, I think it's like a first for me.
make America great again. How do y'all feel that America is not great? And how do y'all feel that America can be great?
What, even though you have a laptop, and
Was it great?
you've never taken a shit while working?
I would say that the most recent example is
I'm out of that job now.
What?
And then we had 4 years of Joe Biden.
Oh, not
No,
that
you
job?
fucking
And then
retard.
Trump is president again.
Oh, you mean,
So this is
wait.
his campaign ad.
You know what? The way I would answer this question, I would say for the last
Yeah, I
few
know,
decades,
you're
this
realizing you're a
country's been
fucking
great,
retard. I
but now it's
understand.
moving
Take your
in the
time.
wrong
No, I'm
direction.
realizing, why do you
That's what that
say
slogan
not at
stands
this
You
job?
fucking
We can
retard.
Well,
always
what
be
other job
greater.
could
We
you be
can always
talking
be
about?
greater. And nobody on the right
Oh,
is
the
saying
job
this
where I
country's
was
perfect. Yeah.
jerking off the
But
porn,
that's how
dude.
they take it. But these, a lot of people on the left, they like to frame this question. Yeah. When was this country great? Right.
Fucking
This country's
retard can't
always
even
been
go to
great.
his fucking
He's gonna
guitar
say
lesson on time.
back when slavery was around. That's what he's hoping he's going to actually say. Yeah, this country's always been great. Yeah. There's been times
Retard
when it's
hasn't
been
heard of
great,
fucking alarms.
but in the
Hey,
slave
yo,
days, I don't
dog, I
think-
was late. They call the fucking alarms.
Yeah, I woke
Fucking
up. I woke
anyway.
up before my alarm was
Fucking
today,
piece of
bro.
shit.
But I mean, still
Fucking
the best
dumbass.
country in the world. Even though back then when we had slavery and systemic racism, I mean, that was just part of society. I'm not saying that was society all over around the world. Yeah, I'm not saying that was great. It wasn't great. Yeah, it wasn't isolated just in this country. That was going on all over the world when that was going on here.
Right. Even whites were slaves.
Yeah.
For his, lead up to his second term.
At least he's having a conversation, Governor. Yeah. I don't know what this is. Uh-oh.
Look who started it, everybody. A black woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are always the instigator. Yeah. Always. Yeah.
Come on. Really? Seriously?
See, I told you they were just filming, just waiting for somebody to start something, do something.
Yeah. It's always the women.
Yo. Guys. Yo. Okay.
That was Burrito Boy's fucking loser.
That was good.
Guys, we're literally just here to have civil discussions. Bring the sign back.
This game shows you how delicate cars can be. And how fast something perceived as a low speed actually is.
Watching other vehicles.
Oh, I don't know how to turn other vehicles on. I don't know if there's...
Figure it out.
I don't know if there's computer NPCs driving around.
These cops.
It was cool. Earlier I was able to crash in a way that tore the entire body off, and it was just the frame, the wheels, and the engine. That was so cool. It looked like a fucking skeleton car.
They behave, these people, these cops. Yeah, I know. But these students, they're so childish and juvenile. It's almost like they're still in preschool. In middle, these are adults. Yeah, they behave like children. Oh my God, look at all of this. She's definitely It's not hers. I know, of course.
We sell products made out of paper, toilet tissue, and local newspapers. That is in order of quality.
My name is Ned Sampson. I am your new editor-in-chief.
Have you read this paper?
Uh-huh. It sucks. But we are going to make it better. I hope it's not too disruptive to have me shake everything up.
Showcases the paper. Stream now with a free trial.
Not again. I'm not agreeing to any of this.
With Caseta by Lutron, you'll enjoy all the benefits of smart lighting control. The Lutron Smart Hub makes it easy to unlock powerful system features using the app, smart remote, or even your voice.
Dude, ads need to be illegal, bro. If I want to watch a video, that's all I want to do. Don't put ads on the video. I'm not going to buy your shit if you're wasting my time.
That is crazy. So they can't have have a civil discussion and destroy his ideas. Yeah. They just decide to destroy science and this whole setup he got going. Yeah, the women started all the drama, and look at the sense falling behind. Instead of behaving like this, won't you destroy, refute, debunk all his arguments? Yeah, y'all proving like all the racist white people right. You can't behave yourself. You got impulse problems. Yeah. You're proving them right. You behave as if you have low capacity. Yeah. They say, well, that's a proven concept. If you have low capacity to think, you resort to violence and chaos. Yeah. And these people are low capacity because they can't refute his argument. I mean, I think this is a great conversation on a black campus because DEI benefited white liberal women more than it did black women. It sure did. It sure did. But black people think it benefited them more. No, you're just being used. Yeah. You ought to be ashamed chanting that quote when they exploited the black community for all that money and nothing changed. And y'all still, Black Lives Matter. They built houses. They live in mansions in white neighborhoods. Numerous people got arrested for fraud. They're using those donations to buy houses and cars. Well, it goes back to the point we made earlier. These people isolate themselves and they watch only black TV shows. CNN. Yeah. They don't really realize what's going on. The problem with black folks is that they don't understand the word.
Damn, dog, I think the passenger's dead, dog.
You can also put mannequins in the car too, you know that?
Where you can put mannequins in this game?
Yeah. Like, I've seen tons of shorts of like crashes in this game. People do some crazy stuff.
Maybe it's a mod.
Look at that, all the black women.
We're gonna do like a little end live pre-game, post-game situation here. We have 500 people watching.
We got 500 right here watching.
All right, just for reference, this is Cam Higby on YouTube. The link to his YouTube channel and this video will be in the description. He's another great white man. And again, you guys can also watch and listen to us on Spotify. Link will be in the description as well. Man, black people just don't get it, man.
I think the Fearless Tour definitely made an impact.
It's the year 2025, man. They still don't get it. What if a white man, what if a black guy went onto a white campus and this happened to them? All over the news. Look how these white people treated this black guy on college campus. That's the thing. The Republicans, we invite them. Democrats don't want to do it because they don't have any thought. Yeah, because they have ideas. They're racist. Yeah, but the ideas can't be staying straight. Okay? That's why they don't do it. Majority of them are women. Yeah, black women. Remember the Democrats said the black woman is the most educated group in the country. They do go to college and they go and get degrees in basket weaving.
You can see exactly. Oh, shit. Oh my gosh. Out of here.
I think that might be so
Look how they behave, man. It's crazy. a great point. Yeah, I thought they wanted us to leave. Women.
Look, they're intentionally blocking us. They want us to leave, but they don't want us to leave.
It's like the biggest conundrum of all time. They're still hitting the car. This is wild.
Y'all know what y'all was getting yourselves into, though. Yeah. Y'all know better. Well, this is low-hanging fruit. What exposes
This is not the far left. This is mainstream liberal ideology, and that's what's terrifying. So I'll start this by saying, no violence from anybody. No one on the right should be engaging in violence, and I have no problem saying people on the left need to stop as well. The temperature needs to come down for everybody. And the reason I say this is that I've got an image. It says, "Hey fascists, catch." The only political group that celebrates when Nazis died. Liberals have been sending death threats to conservatives, and I'm going to stress this again, it is not the far left. Liberals. The assassin of Charlie Kirk was not, according to the information we have, a fringe far leftist. The things he believed and engaged in are in line with the Democrat Party majority. AOC on the House floor and said all the same stuff about how hateful Charlie Kirk was. So here's ideology that is killing ICE agents, that is shooting up ABC stations. That was for Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel's not far left. Leftist gun group uses note written on bullet that killed Charlie Kirk to recruit students at Georgetown University. This is not the V.com. It's not a joke. This is real. A fascist catch is a death threat to conservatives. That's what it is. The statement was used to kill in the killing of Charlie Kirk. To say that to a conservative is to say, you should die. Keith Olbermann said, "You're next," to Scott Jennings. And I talked to Benny Johnson about this the other day. Guys, you need only go on Blue Sky or any other platform. Go on Blue Sky or any other social media platform and search for "You're Next," and you will find people that are calling for my death and Benny's death, as well as many others. They are not tanky Marxist-Leninist revolutionaries. They are run-of-the-mill online Democrats. They are on Reddit in the comments saying they want to shoot and kill law enforcement. This is not in the far. This is the crazy thing about what's going on, and it's why it's so serious. They say leftist gun group. Fine, fair point. But I think we all need to realize at some point there is no prominent distinction between what the far left and the mainstream liberals have become. Let me say this. I took a political compass test. I'm a liberal. But we don't say that anymore. Because liberal is internally represented political faction these days, not ideology. Several prominent personalities in sports, media, and otherwise, so I'm not going to drag, I know, I'm not going to name it, but you can see this, it's all on X, go find it. Search for it. These are liberals saying, I can't believe they did this to Charlie. What's terrifying is there are Hollywood celebrities, actors and actresses, other prominent individuals in sports that are saying the same thing. So, we look at the heroes. The far left has infiltrated and taken over and dominated the Democratic Party. Or we can point out that middle-of-the-road liberals, default libs, have adopted this ideology. It has spread, and they are calling for the death of conservatives to recruit. Not the B reports. Remind me which people are the evil fascists again. Andrew Colvett posted this. It says, "Hey fascist, catch." The John Brown Club at Georgetown University in D.C. is advertising for new members by using one of the phrases written on the Charlie Kirk assassin's bullet casing and proclaiming they celebrate the death of Nazis. These are people
Damn, Carney's debt is projected to be higher than Trudeau's. Holy fuck. Isn't that amazing?
Gun posts.
What was Trudeau's debt?
I think it was over 700. Well, I don't know exactly what it was, but it was more than every cent before he came into office. So he actually doubled it. Remember that graph I showed you when I even remember where we were when I showed you walking through West Humber's playground thing.
Yeah, I think so. Oh well. Oh well. Oh.
Okay, I'll be back. I shall be back.
Remind me which people are the evil fascists again. Andrew Colvett posted this. It says, "Hey fascist, catch." The John Brown gun.
Holy
Christ!
listen.
Advertising for new members by using one of the phrases written on the Charlie
The fuck
Kirk
is wrong with
bullet
you?
casing and proclaiming they celebrate the death of Nazis. These are people that are saying
you gotta fucking crash some
that would use the same rhetoric at a university. Let me ask you this. For the fringe far right, the white supremacists or whatever you want to call them, where do they organize? Are they at TPUSA?
These devs are actually decent at making some maps.
Even the lighter, right? You can talk about the overt Klan guys doing Roman salutes, Hitler salutes. They're nowhere near TPUSA. And then you get someone like Fuentes, who is, I don't necessarily know if far right is the right way to describe someone like Fuentes, but Groyper, right? Even they get tossed out.
Why you say decent, dog?
Because it is clear
because
they're not great, that they don't accept.
They're pretty damn good.
They have a clear
yeah, so you can make them better, dog?
That there are elements that they will throw out and hope that Donald Trump said the white
Not sure where you got that from, but...
Yeah. So shut your fucking mouth.
The political far left. Why? Because they're not far left. They are the same group. How is this not a terroristic threat? The John Brown Club is a left-wing gun rights group named after the 19th century anti-slavery fighter who tried to initiate a slave revolt in the South by capturing the United States weapons arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. Please, for the love of all that is holy, actually read about John Brown. He was hanged for treason. He did try to do that. But there is so much more to John Brown than just the failed raid on Harper's Ferry. He and his children, his sons, would go to Bleeding Kansas being a great example, and he would shoot people and kill them. People don't know about Bleeding Kansas. You really need to read about Bleeding Kansas. It was kind of like what we're experiencing now. We are in civil strife. This is Bleeding Kansas. There is no reasonable expectation it stops. I'm sorry, but that's the reality. And there are people, they say, Tim really needs to touch grass. You know, he needs to come back to earth. I was right. What was I wrong about? Seriously. Oh, they're gonna pull up out of context clips. They're gonna say Tim Pool predicted a 49-state landslide for Trump. Boy, was he wrong. I'm sorry Trump didn't legalize marijuana, make Andrew Yang his economic advisor, and Tulsi Gabbard his national security advisor. But that's the game they play. And I will also add as well, 49-state landslide was a meme that meant overwhelming victory, not literal. But by all means, you know what? I'm going to stop. I was wrong. That's fine. As it pertains to where we are headed in this country in terms of civil war, you know what's scary is I've been right.
I have to say, rather jealous.
Expedience has lifted Gym Monster 2 to the next level. Gym Monster 2 is an all-in-one design that covers 100% of strength workouts you can do in the gym. With electric resistance motors, Gym Monster 2 offers various dynamic weight modes that change resistance while you lift. Welcome to the growing global community of athletes training with Gym Monster. There are new challenges to beat every month for everyone.
That's what scares me. I got a few stories. How about I predicted vaguely January 6th? I've made this point before, and I'm going to make it again because I think I deserve to. I don't care.
What car is this?
But I am saying this as a warning to what we are seeing in this news. I said in September of 2020, if Trump loses, supporters are going to storm the White House in November. It's going to be chaos. I'm not going to stand this.
God, it's a lot wrong.
They didn't storm the White House in November. November came and went, and I was called a moron. Liberals posted how I was paranoid and crazy. January 6th happened. They stormed the Capitol. After that, liberals, many of the same, said Tim Pool had foreknowledge. This proves it. I remember Ryan Long had come on the show in 2020, and I said it was a real photo show the next time, and right when the show opened, he immediately went, "Where's the Civil War, Tim? Last time I left here, I was kind of freaked out. You supposed to see a Civil War, but what happened?" And I just deadpan said, "On January 6th, 1,000 Trump supporters smashed the front doors, the windows of the Capitol building, and stormed in an attempt to stop the electoral vote count. The left is calling it an insurrection and saying Donald Trump must be imprisoned for it." Yeah. The left said Trump tried to overthrow the government. Now, by all means, I don't think it was an insurrection, and I don't think Trump tried to overthrow the government. But certainly I recognize the severity of the riot in the Capitol. In November, what did I say? Donald Trump will attempt to use the National Guard in immigration enforcement. The left believes he will. I don't see why he wouldn't. He said he'd use cops, but I don't see how he can do that when I interviewed him. The left is going to challenge the use of the National Guard and try to circumvent the National Guard, and it's going to put them in a bind where they have to decide who to take orders from. Where are we right now? Trump and Gavin Newsom are in the midst of a legal battle over who controls the National Guard. History doesn't happen overnight. Right now, as Trump is attempting to enforce immigration law, the left is saying it's the Gestapo. They are saying it's a fascist takeover. Gavin Newsom said there won't be an election, and they just shot and killed several people in an ICE facility, the third terror attack in an ICE facility. We are in it. When you look back at history, it's easy to say, John Brown did thing happened, Civil War. But people don't realize that it was years. The American Revolution took 20 years. That means someone was born in the Revolution, and then after 18 years, fought in it, or younger. I don't know if we end up in a full-scale civil war. I don't know. What I can tell you is, there doesn't appear to be an off-ramp, and the escalation makes easy and obvious predictions. 1 + 1 = what? That's simply the game we're playing. If the left is now publicly advocating for the murder of conservatives for their club, factions are forming. In civil wars, it is not group marching against group in the battlefield. I predicted last year in a debate with Sam Cedar. He said, "You really think there'll be a civil war?" And I said, "Do you think Trump will use the military to deport people?" "Yeah." "Will the left let him?" And he said, "Well, maybe. Democrats don't do a whole lot, but that's the real question, isn't it?" My prediction is the left will not. Guess who was correct? I was. Because this is what you get. 3 terror attacks on us. I believe 2 months. And in the past 3 weeks, 3 terror attacks. I'm not stressing about that. These aren't far leftists. The man who shot at the ABC station did it from Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel is not a far leftist. Jimmy Kimmel is a run-of-the-mill liberal on YouTube with 20 million subscribers. So tell me I'm wrong. I don't care. Fine. I hope I am. But I'll tell you what I've done. We moved away from the urban metro. We're still technically in the DC metro, to be honest. We got security. We got a security perimeter and armed guards. I have purchased weapons and emergency food and all of that. And you know what? Call me crazy. We've been swatted 15 times. The bomb squad has come to our studio 3 times. I am being inundated with death threats non-stop. So be it. And let me just stress right now, the John Brown Gun Club is threatening to murder conservatives. A fascist catch. That's not a joke, it's not rhetoric. And they are using that to tell other young people, join our club that wants to kill people on the right. It needs to be toned down. I completely agree. But the right is not the ones putting up flyers telling people to murder leftists and to organize. I'm sorry, that's just not the case. There's no answer. There isn't one. It is an unstoppable force being an immovable object. The right is the immovable object and the left is the unstoppable force. So what does this come to? That's why I think civil war is highly likely. Maybe not highly likely, but strongly probable being a better way to describe it. When Charlie Kirk was murdered, across universities they put up images, cartoons of Charlie Kirk dying with blood spraying from his neck. Students did this. It wasn't China, it wasn't Iran, it wasn't Russia, it wasn't online rhetoric. People went and they posted these. They're doing it now. I do not believe we've been infiltrated by Chinese spies who are doing this to sow discontent. I do not believe that Gavin Newsom going on TV saying ISIS the Gestapo is formulated by China. That's Gavin Newsom doing it. They say Donald Trump calls the left fascist and says he hates his enemies. Yeah. Criticize him. I don't care. The fact remains. It is happening. I don't care who to blame anybody. Obviously, we have people to blame. Whatever. I'm just going to say it right now. Tell me I'm wrong. Comment. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm fine. Because I wish I was. But when the left on universities is putting up a flyer that effectively says, if you want to kill conservatives, join our club, where do you think we go as a nation? I'll leave it there. Please, everyone. Cooler heads must prevail, and we must not have peace. Let's see y'all next time.
Advil cold sign.
Yes. Your dog.
What?
Pregnant liberal woman suffers fatal Tylenol overdose after trying to prove Trump wrong.
Cool.
Dude, that's sick.
This story is absolutely crazy, and I gotta be honest, I don't know that I believe it because, well, just because some lady went on the internet and made a video and said it happened doesn't mean it's true. I've seen a bunch of videos where pregnant women are popping Tylenol, and holy crap, I did not know this, and I typically avoid Tylenol. I don't mind ibuprofen. I've got my secret stash right here of my amazing ibuprofen. As someone who's about to be 40, we all know the magic that is ibuprofen. Now, I don't really use acetaminophen and Tylenol. I don't know why, I've just never been a fan of it. But yo, 9. That's 9 pills in one day can kill you. What? Yo, I didn't know that. And I got all the data to show you. So apparently this lady, she makes a video. She basically says she got a call at 4 in the morning from a husband. He's freaking out. His wife was trying to prove Trump wrong. She's pregnant. She took a bunch of Tylenol. She's in liver failure. She is going to die. Now again, it's a lady type of story. This could just be rage bait. Pregnant liberal woman suffers fatal Tylenol overdose after trying to prove Trump wrong. Now allegedly on ventilator, fighting for her life. Nicole Siratek, founder of American Frontline Nurses, claimed that she received a frantic 4 a.m. call from a distraught husband whose pregnant wife is now on a ventilator after overdosing on Tylenol. According to Siratek, the woman, who was between 23 and 25 weeks pregnant, attempted to ingest massive amounts of Tylenol in an effort to prove Donald Trump wrong after his recent remarks linking acetaminophen use during pregnancy to autism. As the Gateway Pundit reported, President Trump on Monday announced that the use of acetaminophen, the active ingredient Tylenol, can increase the risk of autism when used by pregnant women. HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said Tylenol is tied to autism, ADHD, and liver toxicity in children. Today, the FDA will issue a physician's notice about the risk of acetaminophen during pregnancy and begin the process to initiate a safety label change. This we remember. In a post on X, Siratek wrote, actually, let me pull this one up for you. So let's zoom in. She says, got a frantic call at 4 a.m. from a husband who was given my phone number via someone who had it. His pregnant wife is now on a ventilator dying of liver failure, trying to prove that Tylenol doesn't cause autism, since this is trending on TikTok. Well, let's read the proposed community notes. Unverified claim, completely agreed. This is a woman who made a video, don't know. Tylenol issued a warning in 2017 not to use their product during pregnancy. Other sources on the excessive use of Tylenol. Yeah, wow, this is crazy. When is this one from? So again, we don't know that this is a true story. He know. I think, is this, I don't know if this is the person who originally made the post. He has to make try to make a tough decision to try and save an unborn baby that may not survive outside the womb at approximately gestation of 23 to 25 weeks. At the same time, his wife won't survive through the week and will never get to meet her baby. This behavior is ridiculous. This woman hated Trump so much because of the Harvard study on Tylenol and autism. She ultimately killed herself by overdosing on Tylenol to try and prove Trump wrong. Her baby may not survive either. Her husband now may lose his entire family because of the craziness of
You know, I feel like if this woman dies, I feel like the left would be so unhinged that they would still blame Trump, even though he said you shouldn't take Advil when you're pregnant unless it's completely necessary. I'll wait for that.
liberal and chasing TikTok clout with TDS. So again, I don't know that any of this is true, right? But I do want to point out the dangers of Tylenol overdose because we have seen videos of women doing this. Now listen, I don't know that any of those videos are true. I did a video about it yesterday. Everyone was talking about it. This woman, she's like dancing and she like pops a pill. Doesn't even look like she's taking Tylenol. It looks like she's rage baiting. We are cooked, man. This algorithmic psycho slop content that people are making. They're all just doing it, and everyone is going insane. And humans are not made for this. I suppose at the end of the day, it's an artificial selection, or perhaps a natural selection, where only the strongest of willed people with the cognitive fortitude to not slam Tylenol will survive. Let me just say, nobody ever actually ate Tide Pods, okay? You remember that one? The media was like, kids are eating Tide. No, they're not. They would die. You just die. What they were doing was they're making dumb gag videos where they pretended to eat them. Well, apparently one kid was making a gag video, and he put the Tide Pod in his mouth, thinking so long as he didn't eat it, it was fine, right? Well, guess what? The casing of the Tide Pod dissolves in water, and the saliva broke it down. As he was squirting with it, the detergent busted from it, hit his mouth. He aspirated in shock and inhaled it, vomited, coughed it up, was rushed to the hospital, and now has scar tissue in his lungs. Because people are
Yo,
stupid.
dog, I got
Pepsi,
Pepsi, dog.
Nice, dog.
It hit his mouth, and he went, yup, and then it went down his throat. Not a lot, but enough to cause permanent lung damage. Well, here we are. So if you were to tell me this story, I'd argue, yeah, I think it's probably true. In a follow-up video, she said, it's going to be 6 a.m. finally. For those of you who don't know me on Twitter, I recommend that you do. I got a very frantic call at 4 a.m. this morning from a husband this week. He said, let me tell you something about Tylenol overdosing and death. If you aren't administered the antidote, it's a very slow and very painful death. Tylenol, as well as Benadryl and aspirin, are the 3 most common OTCs that people will typically try to unalive themselves with. So I don't get censored, she said. But I don't know, have they found unalive yet? But now people are just taking massive amounts of Tylenol, prove me wrong. I mean, weren't these same people who put Harvard and Fauci at the pillars of science on a pedestal, and now they refuse to believe it? I don't believe it's going to do, I don't believe it's going to do it either, but I'm also not going to overdose on Tylenol. And it's just so sad because he has to make the choice of them going and trying to emergency deliver this baby, and the baby may not survive. The baby is going to spend a long time in the NICU.
Whoa, what kind of fucking car is this, dude?
That's pretty lit. It looks like it was made in the garage.
We live across oceans, across borders, across time zones, and even from worlds apart, you stay a part of their world,
pretty cool
sending
vehicle.
support from your province to your people in Lagos, Ho Chi Minh,
It has
and
fucking
on time as promised. With Remitly, sending money is fast, secure, and guaranteed, so your support gets there when it matters most.
Whoa.
To you, it's a quick send. To them,
It can go 240 miles an hour.
Remitly, trusted by millions to move money.
Hopefully the baby will survive. Remember, guys, preemies have complications even if they do survive. I didn't ask him if he had more children. Let's say this woman did. They have more children, but now they've lost their mother. The baby's not going to grow up with a mom. He's lost his whole life if this baby dies too, all because of TikTok challenges. Everybody wants, well, not everybody, but maybe these crazy liberal women, they literally hate Trump so bad, she killed herself and her baby potentially. I'm just like, I don't even have words for this because it's such a waste of life. I don't know. What are you guys saying? I've got to stay off TikTok because all this nonsense I keep seeing right now. I'm going to blah, blah, blah. You get it. You get it. Okay, let me do this. Look. Doctors, this is from January. Doctors in New Jersey issue warning after increase of accidental acetaminophen overdoses. We've got this from Mount Sinai. What to expect in the emergency room for Tylenol overdose. It's acetaminophen, right? All right, well, let's jump to our good friend of ChatGPT and ask it some basic questions. I asked him, how much Tylenol in one day would kill you? And it says the maximum safe daily dose is about 4,000 milligrams. That is 8 pills. 8. Because extra strength Tylenol tablets are 500 milligrams. That's crazy. The toxic dose is between 7,000. That means 6. Yo, that's wild. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. 12. I mean 12. 7 for 7,000. I was doing the math wrong. What am I thinking? At once or within a single day, but this can be lower depending on body weight. A standard extra strength tablet is 500 milligrams. 8,000 milligrams is 16 tablets. That amount could cause severe liver failure and potential death without rapid medical treatment. Even slightly above 4,000 milligrams can cause liver damage over time. I said, how much Tylenol in one day causes permanent liver damage that may result in death? And it said 7 to 10 grams in 24 hours. However, for some people, if you're underweight, have liver problems, you're drinking, or maybe your body is strained because you're pregnant, it could be 5,000 to 6,000. We're talking about 10. However, the safe maximum for adults is 4,000, literally 8 pills. That's wild. I said, if you go into liver failure because of Tylenol overdose, will you survive? Yes, sometimes, but survival depends on the speed of treatment. If someone goes into acute liver failure from Tylenol,
first-person view.
Immediate hospital care is critical. Doctors can give acetylcysteine, is that how you pronounce it, NAC, to limit liver damage, but it must be started within 8 to 10 hours of overdose. If the liver is too damaged to heal, the only option may be an emergency liver transplant. Without treatment, mortality is very high, often 70% or more, once true liver failure sets in. I just want to stress that. True liver failure, once it sets in, 70% chance of death. Here's what I'm going to say. What's really crazy to me about this story...
What if I told you I've been in TTC buses that have gone that fast?
Ventilator or anything like, I'm going to stress that. But we have seen these videos, as I stress, of women taking Tylenol. Certainly it is reasonable to believe that while some of these videos may be rage bait and fake, it may trick stupid people into actually doing it. What's really crazy is take a look at this. Extra strength Tylenol.
Damn dog, I got a headache, bro.
Man, if you were sick and you had a really bad headache and you took one, and then a few hours later, I could take another one.
That woman did.
I did not realize that you die from this. Like I got this ibuprofen right here, and it's like if you take too much in one day, you'll get ulcers, or because it stops your stomach lining from producing mucus or whatever. And I didn't know Tylenol would shut your liver down. That's crazy. But you know what? I gotta say, Trump derangement syndrome, it'll kill you. All right, I'm going to wrap it up there. Smash the like button, share the show. Stay tuned. More to come. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see y'all in the next segment.
Holy fuck. It was incident.
Tried to grab a snack. Didn't go to plan, but hey, my bearskin hoodie is still warm. This thing is awesome.
You need the Bearskin Tactical Hoodie 4.0 to get comfortable in the wild. It's the ultimate 10-pocket utility hoodie for fishing, golf,
it's like
hunting,
10 times more funny when you see them in there.
Pastor Vody Bacham died about an hour ago. I know a lot of people in the audience will know who that is. Just want to say rest in peace. He was very loved, so yeah.
Oh, sad to hear.
What's up, friends? It's Raymond G, your favorite blue collar here at Timcast Media Group. I look forward to talking to Joseph and everyone else. Mr. Phil.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and counter-revolutionary. Let's get into it.
Here's ABC News, because you know we love them. Former FBI Director James Comey indicted days after Trump demanded his DOJ move now to prosecute enemies. Prosecutors earlier said they couldn't establish probable cause to charge Comey, which is a lie, because we've got this post from Greg Price, which is hilarious. On the left, James Comey telling Congress in September of 2020 that the Steele dossier wasn't used in the 2016 Intelligence Committee assessment on the Russia hoax. Right. Tulsi Gabbard's release from July showing the Steele dossier was directly cited, and that Obama intel officials overruled senior intel officials who told them it was garbage. Now, I believe he's being indicted on obstruction as well. Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted on 2 of 3 counts sought by prosecutors. 1 count of making false statements and 1 count of obstruction of justice, just days after President Donald Trump issued a public demand for his DOJ to act now to bring prosecutions against Comey and other political foes. The charges follow Trump's ousting of U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Eric Siebert, who, according to sources, had expressed doubts internally about bringing cases against Comey, as well as New York Attorney General Letitia James, after Trump appointed him to lead the office. I would just like to point out where we are in this country. They went after Donald Trump on fake charges. Trump says, okay, if that's the standard, we go after them as well. It's remarkable to me that under the Biden administration and in New York, they said, well, these are highly dubious, but let's bring them anyway. And then under Trump, the attorneys are like, well, we can't really do it. Enough. The standard was set by the Democrats. Trump is saying, hey, look, you want to come after me citing mortgage fraud or civil fraud for loans because an officer made a mistake on some numbers? He's going to go after Letitia James when she claimed a property outside of New York was her primary residence, which gave her favorable loan terms. I think the same thing is true for Adam Schiff, but we'll see what happens there. And now you have James Comey. Now, James Comey said they didn't use the Steele dossier. Tulsi Gabbard says we went through that. Here we go. Here's an IC report showing they did. What's the problem? What's the problem? Let me say this, though. I will say this of myself, and pretty much anybody who's prominent in this space, y'all better pray Trump doesn't lose this fight, because we've already seen what they're willing to do to their media adversaries. We've seen what the left and the Democrats have been willing to do to run-of-the-mill Trump supporters who bounced around on January 6th. I ain't talking about the rioters. I'm talking about the people who were moving about after the riot was over, who also got a year plus in jail or solitary. Going after James Comey, this is not a shot across the bow. The Democrats already ignited the flames, and Trump is simply responding. So it is now on. At the highest level of politics, Trump has told the deep state, you are going down. At the street level, we are dealing with 3 terror attacks in 3 weeks, so you guys tell me what's happening in this country.
I mean, look, as far as the situation with Comey, it's good that they're indicting him. It's good that a grand jury decided that they had enough evidence to prosecute. It's good that they've actually moved on this, didn't let the statute of limitations run out. But I see this online, like people.
I'm not sure how to
tweeting
enable
at,
it, though.
Kash Patel and people tweeting at Republican lawmakers saying, "Hey, make the leftists stop killing us." Like that's where we're at, right? So it's great that they put Comey in, or that that Comey's indicted and they're going to prosecute. That's all well and good, but we've actually gone past the need for.
I got to interject. If we do not see justice on the highest level of these people, the street level stuff is immaterial. This is the most important thing. Look, obviously street level law enforcement needs to stop far left terror and Antifa and all that. Because another thing, we got a lot of news. Trump has ordered his DOJ to go after all of these leftists and all the structures. Ground level's important, but if Comey, Clinton, and their ilk are able to gain power again, I have zero concern whatsoever for Antifa. Phil, you'll be in a gulag. Just make sure you share with me your sandwich at lunchtime.
It doesn't matter. The thing is, it doesn't matter if they put Comey away, because it doesn't matter if it's Comey or who the individuals are, because there are other people that will be pursuing those places in the administration. There's going to be a Democrat that's going to be running. There's going to be people in bureaucracy that will want to, or there will be people on the Democrat side that will fill the
Nice, dude.
and they're going to act the same.
You don't need to wipe out every single soldier on the enemy's battlefield if you shatter their center and the rest of them flee. If Trump can get these,
I have to enable it for every fucking car, dude.
Letitia James, potentially Schiff, anybody else. If that breaks their ranks, those people you're describing are going to run for the hills. They'll find them. Oh, what's that? They're already getting citizenship in foreign countries. Italy, I hear.
I mean, well, look, it would be great if they fled the country, obviously. But I do think that on the ground level is the thing that's more immediate. Like the idea.
Well, but you can do both. I don't. Why not?
I'm not. Again, I'm not saying. Like I said, it's good that they got him. It's good that they've indicted him, and I want to see more. I'm not saying that it's not. It shouldn't happen or whatever. I'm saying it's,
you arrest these people and the ground stuff disappears.
I don't know that I agree with that.
I think so. They'll lose all their funding and all their legal support. Right now, with the infrastructure of power in place, these people might actually get off on the charges.
I'm not sure it works too well, though.
Well, I mean, the dude that, initially, that just most recently shot up the ICE facility, he took care of it himself. And that's something that actually happens fairly regularly. Like, they'll go and it'll be suicide by cop, or they'll commit suicide themselves. You look at all the trans shooters that have gone to schools and stuff. There's not all of them, obviously, but a lot of them get taken care of on, when they're carrying out the incident.
I think
again, this isn't
Jimmy,
to say that it's
if
bad.
Jimmy Kimmel's off the air, if the Democrats that waged lawfare against Trump are in prison, and what remains are these squishy, middle-of-the-road soft Democrats who will be like, I'm not going to support it.
You saw it. It's where the chick jumps off the building.
Oh, dude, I want to find that video, man.
Their infrastructure that pays them that gives them resources to be on the ground, that bails them out of jail, will
so
evaporate
weird that
overnight.
it's completely gone.
The way I look at it is, you've got an infestation, and all you're doing is chasing the bugs that you can see instead of going into the walls and finding the hives. So, of course, if we had a wasp's nest in the building and they were flying around, we'd be swatting the wasps to get rid of them when we see them. But we'd also call an exterminator to go in the walls, figure out the nest is, and get the nest torn out. This is substantially more important, in my opinion. Getting rid of the individual actors will stop the individual actor at the time, but how do you stop them from reproducing? And it's moves like this.
Yeah, I totally. Well, I mean, this is probably the biggest test, one of the biggest tests of the DOJ so far, because, I mean, this was a buzzer beater, right? Like the statute of limitations, September 30th. That's when Comey last testified, September 30th, 2020. And it's like, to prove that he didn't have any knowledge of the statements, to prove like perjury in this case, it's a really high bar. That's why this is a buzzer beater in this case, because they needed to build this case to the best of their abilities. And so that's just like because these things matter. These things are, like Tim is saying, you're cutting the head of the snake. That's like.
I think the issue is that if Trump got in on day one and said, "Go arrest Comey," he'd be like, "I ain't doing it." And that's literally what we saw. They're gonna be like, "This is crazy.
Yeah.
You're asking me to go to war with the deep state right now," and. I talked to Seb Gorka a couple months ago, and I asked him, has the deep state lost? Have we won? He says, no. The deep state is still very much there, and we are battling with them. So right now, with this move against Comey, powerful, prominent, uniparty, elite establishment, international elements are saying, Trump wants war, he'll get war. And I'm talking about lawfare, legal actions. If Trump can just go now, and it's fascinating because what did we hear? It was in the end of summer we start seeing these arrests. I think we could send them packing. Now there's rumors that he's looking into criminal activity of the Soros, his foundations, Open Society and things like that, and they're going to get it. They're going to get it.
Is that not really where they need to be targeting, though, these funding bases? There's always going to be another James Comey who's going to step into the role. That lobby and that media empire is so big. There's so much power that comes along into it. I'm sure it's not going to be super difficult to let someone also kind of... They can cultivate another individual like him.
I
think
I'd say no.
Those financial bases and that sort of media base is really what he probably needs to hit to kind of provide that sort of longevity that's going to allow them to win, in the by-elections, but also when it gets to 2028 as well.
My argument to your question, wouldn't that just be another Comey? The answer is no.
You think so? Why?
Yeah, if Trump says, go to war with me and I'll destroy your life, and you'll regret it, people are going to say, I ain't going to war with Trump. And that's what I'm talking about. They tried to play that game. The problem is Democrats have always been fair and
whoa!
See, you got to have other vehicles on like a fucking road to test that thing out.
But as people, the only fear generated by the Democratic Party is the system itself, which they inherit, not which they've built. Trump's a lunatic. Trump is the guy that people actually think he might press the button.
You got to figure out how to do that.
He had that famous phone call where he told Putin and Xi, he told Xi, if you invade Taiwan, and Putin, if you invade, what did he say? Kiev, Ukraine, I'm going to nuke you. And he was like, I don't know if they believe me, maybe 5%. And everyone's kind of like, when Trump says it, you pause for a second. Because when Obama says it, no one actually believes it.
Is that not just that sort of Nixonite, mad dog, sort of mentality that Nixon's crazy, he's unpredictable, and like, you know, obviously they went after Nixon again with the lawfare type thing.
I don't think Nixon's got anything on Trump.
No.
Trump put out a public statement saying, "Pam, go arrest my enemies now." And so what I think he's hoping for, that was a shot across the bow. I think he's hoping the next in line for a position like Comey, which wouldn't even come unless they win in 2028, is saying like, dude, best be a fisherman than meddle in the politics of man. Right. That's what Trump is hoping for right now. There's no guarantees it happens. That's why I'm saying if Trump loses, it's war. Yeah. Trump needs to make sure he puts the fear of God in these people, I should say of the federal law enforcement apparatus, and makes them regret it. They did it to him, and they lost. And now I say lock him up.
Trump's getting old, though. I mean, like, you're talking about going to warfare with Trump. He's going to be, no offense to Trump, but he's getting older in age. So if they go after him, say he does retaliation against Comey, good, and Miss Letitia James, that's cool. They can go, but when he gets out of office, who are they going to fight? Who's going to get in Trump's place to fight against them? If
Vance.
Go after. You really think so?
Yeah, Vance is going on X calling people dip-itched. I'm not going to swear.
Right.
You know, but I saw that and I said that's what I voted for.
Is it your opinion that there is no one?
No, I'm not. Well, Vance would be my only guess as of right now, but I don't think there's any Trump out there today.
The Trump side has an amazing bench, and the Democrats have none.
Yeah. Well, also that's why this is important, because you have to make an example out of Comey, like Tim was saying. For any future FBI director, make an example out of Letitia James. Like, this lawfare crap is not going to slide. So whoever that is, it doesn't really matter. Whoever it is that replaces Trump, Trump's giving that person breathing room now. They're not going to have the boot on their neck of whatever, you know, God forbid, a Democrat administration.
People type things in where, like, you have to search for.
He can give us a little breathing room if he sets the example.
Radio menu? What the fuck is a radio menu?
I feel bad for you, Tate, because, like, if a new
Democrat
administration
you don't know what a radio menu
is?
How fucking stupid are you, dude?
43. I had a good life, went on adventures. How old do you take? 24. 24, man. Yeah. Being in a
Dude, I'm
gulag
embarrassed
at 20,
for you. You don't
26,
actually know what that is, dude.
All the best years taken away.
But you're right. It gives other people room down the road. If Trump gets you're going to say about.
I was like, look at Phil, rocking out, rock star stage, platinum records, and then he doesn't got to worry about the gulag till he's in his 50s.
He'll be rocking with the rocks.
AOC puts me in the quirked up white boy camp. It's going to be terrible. I'm not looking forward to it.
You're going to be in AOC's harem.
Oh,
she likes those redheaded white boys.
Listen,
She
there's
does
worse
like
places to be.
She does like the redheaded white boys.
You got to wear sandals too.
You know, I'm not going to disavow.
Well, yeah, that's good. You're right. If it does get through and he prosecutes these people, that gives people down the road a leeway, an open path to go and say, okay, we're going to prosecute you. You want to go against us.
Here we go. From the Daily Beast. Do I have to say it or does somebody else? Trump's sinister warning of civil war after ICE shooting.
Super excited.
Democrats said the president's comments were sick and deranged. Oh boy. President Donald Trump has warned Democrats that bad things will happen to them if right-wing people decide to retaliate amid growing tensions over this week's deadly shooting at a Texas immigration facility. While investigations into the shooting are still ongoing, the president has made it clear that he believes the radical left is solely responsible for Wednesday's tragedy. I mean, they literally did a press conference and they were like, yep, he was a leftist and he hated Trump, and he said he wanted to strike fear and terror into the hearts of ICE agents so they never know if there's a sniper waiting on the rooftop for him. No law enforcement officers were hurt in the incident, but authorities say the shooting was politically motivated, targeting ICE agents who are central to Trump's deportation strategy. Asked in the Oval Office on Thursday who was to blame, Trump said he did not doubt the radical left is causing the problem. He also name-checked people such as Democrat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who's been critical of ICE's heavy-handed tactics.
Dude, I wish
But despite
TTC
calls to
buses
turn
were
down the
outfitted
temperature
with
in America,
those.
the president went even further, warning that things were only going to get worse for one side. Quote, bad things will happen when they play these games. I'll give you a little clue. The right is a lot tougher than the left. They better not get they better not get them energized, because it won't be good for the left. It'll be a point where other people won't take it anymore, and we don't want that. Now, the funny thing is, Trump didn't say civil war. Daily Beast did.
Oh, you could fucking open the doors on it,
Daily
dude?
Beast did.
Sick.
Yeah, it says
the fascinating thing
toggle
is,
radio menu, and it's telling me to press up on the D-pad.
for the past several years, people have largely criticized me for covering these articles and talking about this possibility. In the past 2 or 3 years, it has largely been the left warning that a civil war was coming. No joke, go to Blue Sky or Reddit. And so we did a few segments on this show where I went to Reddit and looked at all the radio subreddits where they were all saying literally civil war is coming. And I think it's because they knew that Trump was going to win. More importantly, when Trump took a look at narrow barely survived. Everyone on X, left and right, said we were millimeters away from a civil war. Now, with the, I'm gonna say it again, 3 terror attacks in 3 weeks, I tweeted this last night. Am I gonna go to bed and wake up to news of another terror attack? Like, honestly, it's been insane. Waking up and I woke up in the morning and it's like ICE facility shut up. It's just gonna keep getting worse because they won't stop. On CNN the other night, Bakari Sellers is basically, once again, pushing and pushing and pushing. And what I can't understand is why right now, not a single Democrat on any of these shows just says, guys, everybody cool it, stop. Conservatives do it all the time. Conservatives beg for it to stop. Certainly, don't get me wrong, there are liberals and Democrats who have called for it. However, they tend to be lower in notoriety. I saw a former spokesperson for Biden or whatever on Fox say, "Yeah, we don't want this," and I'm like, "But no one knows who that is. Just no following and no influence."
No, there's not one prominent Democrat that has come out and said, "Stop attacking law enforcement. Let law enforcement do their job," which is the most anodyne, basic thing that you want to hear out of a representative. If you're a Democrat and you actually want to see the temperature turn down and you don't want to see more violence, then you need to come out and say, stop inhibiting law enforcement from doing their job. Stop calling them the Gestapo. Stop telling them that they have to take their masks off, because you know if they take their masks off, what's going to happen is their family is going to be doxxed and their families will be attacked. Stop doing all of the stuff that you're doing that is not saying law enforcement has a job and they are empowered to do it. Just stop doing that, and then I might believe that you actually want the violence to stop. And until then, I don't believe that you want the violence to stop.
No, I gotta interject there. Masks should come off. And I do agree that, they need to tone the rhetoric down, which can include the mask commentary, but I do think the feds should not wear masks. I think if you want to go out proudly in defense of this nation, you must accept those risks. And I do not appreciate, and I certainly understand, I am here every single night with my face on camera. I have been doxxed. I have been swatted numerous times. I've been attacked. I understand my job doesn't require me to be on the ground in front of these people, but that's something they accept even with masks on, that there's a physical danger that they are experiencing. I think we cannot play a game where we have federal law enforcement being like, the threat of terrorism is so serious, we have to hide ourselves. I think each and every one of these officers engaging in this should take their masks off and say, I am, name, John Smith, a proud American, legally and lawfully enforcing the law. You are terrorists, and we won't stand for it. That's it. We should. I'm sorry. I'm not playing this. Federal law enforcement get to hide their faces because they're scared. We know. I get it, and I feel for you because the left are violent psychopaths. But I don't think this is how we should be handling it. I think we should be. We have to be. I don't know. Steadfast, vigilant. And I don't know. We have to face this challenge head on.
If we're better than them, real quick, if we think we're better than them, which we are, and we think we are, and we feel a certain way, we should take off. You're right. I like the idea of taking off the mask because we stand for a purpose and a point.
No, everyone's posting ones. You're all wrong. Like, I am not going to tolerate, I will not live in a country where cops walk around with no badge numbers and masks on covering their faces because they're scared. You are operating under color of law. You are entitled to do so. You are protected to do so. And fear of far-left terror, I do not believe is a good enough reason that regular people should have to live with cops walking around in all black.
I mean, I think there has to be some sort of preemptive measures for them. I mean, these people with families and kids and livelihoods, like, yes, they're representing the federal government, but I mean, and of course they're scared, but there hasn't been a lot of preemptive measures to counter this far-left terrorism. I mean, we're starting to see it now following the Charlie Kirk's assassination, but these guys are going to want guarantees. Otherwise, I imagine a lot of them will just walk out their jobs if they're told they have to unmask. They're living next to these people. We've seen from the backlash of Charlie Kirk's murder how many people on Blue Sky were just hundreds of thousands of likes calling for deaths of Ben Shapiro, other politicians, political commentators. They want blood, and these people are living next door to them. You don't know who they are.
Oh, okay.
They're so emboldened that it's going to be very difficult to persuade these guys, yeah, let's demask, and then next minute they're getting knocks at the door, their family's being harassed, or they're actually potentially going to be assassinated.
I totally get it. You've got two options, civil war or not. And if the argument is the threat of far-left terror is so pervasive in our hometowns that our own police officers have to hide their identities, you're in a civil war. End of story, no arguments. Let me say it again to everyone out there that are telling me, you're telling me that I have to live in a country where any cop anywhere is going to not have a badge number visible. They're going to cover their faces so they can't be doxxed. I don't get to know who they are. You are at war when that is the reality, if that's what you're saying. And I got no problem if that's the reality, and I agree with you then. If you want to say civil war has begun, then I'll say, okay, mask up. Because I understand the argument. Law enforcement may quit. We'll have nobody willing to actually do the job because the far left is going to come for their families. Yeah, you're at war. If you are saying they're insurgent terrorists all across this country,
like I don't get how people just automatically have the things I want to have. It's so annoying how they don't explain how you get it.
Right, they don't realize how aggressive and vicious, these people really are. I don't think that, as a society, that we've really stepped back and looked at it, because the media institutions, they're encouraging it, right? Like all this dehumanizing language, like calling them the Gestapo. I mean, that's what it's for. It's to dehumanize them, to justify violence.
I'm going to ask you guys a quick question. Why does Antifa wear masks? So no one knows who they are.
What'd you have for
why don't they want to know who they are?
dessert,
Because they're doing bad things.
But what? But that's not an answer.
Oh, it was an answer, but what they don't want to know because they're a group. They're like a blob of group of people.
Why does Antifa wear masks?
They wear masks, and well, the black bloc wear masks and stuff, so that way they can blend back into the crowd.
And what does that accomplish for them?
That way they won't get arrested.
And well, they will get arrested.
They're anonymous.
A cop can grab anybody off the street and arrest them regardless of what they're wearing. The purpose of wearing a mask is so that you can't take pictures of their face, you can't share their information online, and if they get caught, you can't prosecute them because you can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt. We are asking for that same thing with our law enforcement as well. And if you want to acknowledge that we are saying we want our law enforcement to be able to go out, you can't figure out who they are, you can't take pictures of their face, anything that happens in the fray, we won't be able to pinpoint which officer necessarily, because just like Antifa, we have created a large group of individuals that are wearing the exact same clothes and you can't see their face. This means that if one of these guys in a conflict with the far left cracks a skull or whatever, they can't do anything legally about it. If that's the argument you're going to make, we are in a civil war, period.
Well, the big thing with ICE that we're all missing here is that the reason they have to mask primarily is because they're dealing with drug busts and the cartel. And like that's a massive infrastructure, especially in the Southwest United States, and they've been masking for like 10 years now. And it's primarily because, okay, yes, there is a factor with the far left where they dox these guys, but the ICE is in a completely different battlefield from the rest of, like, I guess you would say the right wing, is because ICE is having to deal with the cartel. They're having to deal with these drug busts and busting up these human trafficking groups, these sorts of things. So it's like it's not the far left we're worried about when we talk to these ICE agents. Typically, it's the cartels and the retribution of those guys is what they're typically worried about.
I get it. I agree. I respect that argument for sure. But again, I'm going to say this bottom line. If y'all want to say we're at war, then what does that mean? Guys, if you're arguing that that our federal law enforcement should be able to wear masks because of wartime conditions, I'm actually going to push you one further and say you are not giving our enough. If the argument is the threat of the far left terror is so great against their families, we got to step it up. Well, I mean, not just masks. They got to get more. But they need selective fire rifles. They need full military everything.
They already have select fire rifles. But the point
is, not the cops, not the beat cops.
Well, yeah, okay. So they usually have a rifle in their car. They don't carry them on them. But the point is, so you're talking about ICE that's trying to carry out they're trying to wrap up the
Well, I was talking specifically about all federal law enforcement. I think a lot of people are taking it to assume just the ICE. I'm saying.
Well, generally, ICE are the ones that are wearing them. And stuff, right? So there, you don't see a lot of. You don't see.
We do.
And that's what people are complaining about, right?
The general argument is that police shouldn't be wearing masks.
So okay, fine.
I'm saying that I don't want to live where police, like I mentioned, local cops wearing masks.
Okay, fine, but so the federal law enforcement are wearing masks, right? And we don't. And you say you don't want that. What that requires, right? You're saying if they have to wear masks, that means that the violence and the problems are too great to be considered normal. But that means the local police who have jurisdiction to go out and pick up the people that might actually attack the federal law enforcement, they're not doing it because the sanctuary cities are saying no, we won't have these people do these things because we won't, you know, and the local municipalities won't do it. So the problem is the federal government needs to get the local municipalities and stuff to actually do their job.
Well, so let me ask you a question. When there is a let's just say like a jurisdiction, for lack of a better word, that is not required to abide by the laws of a separate jurisdiction. It largely says you don't have anything to do with us. There's two separate locations. When jurisdiction B sends armed men into jurisdiction A to enforce laws that jurisdiction A says we do not abide by, well, what do you call that?
When they send people in.
There are two isolated jurisdictions.
Yeah.
Two isolated jurisdictions with separate laws.
Mm-hmm.
Different worldviews, different rules. One city decides to arm a bunch of guys and send them into the other side by force against their will to enforce laws that the other city wants enforced.
So you're pointing at civil war.
You're looking for
I'm not talking about civil war. I'm talking about it's war. It's just period war. If the argument is that California won't abide by federal law, has ordered their people to defy federal law, is allowing individuals to defy federal law, they are not part of this country as it is. Part of this country means that your structures, state, city, local, or otherwise, are going to abide by legal supremacy in this country up to the Constitution. What we are seeing right now, if this is the argument, is that blue states have just said absolutely not. And when Trump said, this is our election happened, people said immigration, we're going to go and start rounding people up. What happened? At the governmental level, Gavin Newsom fought the federal law enforcement, ordering the National Guard not to listen to Donald Trump under his orders, which he's allowed to do because they're not enforcing the law. If our ICE agents, let's isolate it to ICE, are at a point where they're facing a threat from terrorists that have support from Democrat politicians who help fundraise for them, NGOs run by prominent Democrat donors, and in California, Gavin Newsom and local law enforcement lets these people attack federal facilities. I would call that akin to piracy, right? And at that point, I think it's very obvious when you break it down that way, we are in civil war.
Yeah, I just think that if you look from like Trump's perspective, right, he's tried to de-escalate what Charlie by the way, get retribution. And like in that article you talked about, he didn't mention civil war. He was just warning from a very logical position. If you keep attacking the right, eventually they're going to go. We're supposed to still take it, or they're going to retaliate. That's kind of what he was saying. He wasn't saying that from a Republican position. So if you're trying to tell them to demask, which I believe that all federal employees, particularly law enforcement, there should be that accountability. Your face should be out there in an ideal world. But let's say they do demask.
Not at work.
Yeah, we know that there's going to be some sort of physical retribution, attacks on these people. That's only going to escalate the situation, right, to something that is going to be more connected. That is going to be far more divisive. I don't think he wants to be the president that is dealing with that on his plate. He wants to just get his policies done in the way which is most amicable as possible. They obviously don't want that, which is why we're in this situation now.
I give you two options then. Stop pussyfooting around and go and arrest all of them. Don't give me this excuse, I'm scared I have to wear a mask. Send the law enforcement to kick the doors into the far left people that are threatening you and put them in prison, then take your mask off. I'm sick of this half measure.
They have the ability to isolate the people that are actually making that are likely to do like the doxing and stuff like that. I think it's part of the problem.
I don't care. The doxing is annoying, but at the same time, it is the individuals who carry out the violence that are the real problem. Getting doxed is bad. We've been doxed, and it's crazy what people are capable of. But the guy who posts my address is a problem. The guy who comes here to carry the threat is the threat.
It's not a unitary organized attack. So like look at the alleged assassin of Charlie Kirk. As far as we're aware, there weren't big indications that this was a guy who was militarized and violent and ready to assassinate. And if it was, it seems from the evidence that I've seen, it seems like it was something that was almost like a spur of the moment. He hit a psychological breaking point and decided to do that.
Dog, you happy, dog? I just killed like 10 people.
Organized, premeditated. Right, we're gonna get that guy. We're gonna get that.
If
it's much harder to tackle.
Yes, I get it. If your argument is any one of these individuals walking down the street at any moment might turn around and stab you, then it's time for Trump to dissolve the U.S. Constitution under Presidential Directive 51. Create an enduring constitutional government under a single branch, as George W. Bush's executive order in 2007 granted the executive branch power to do, and then he can send out his masked, militarized police force across the country to make sure this doesn't happen. But the argument that we are at a point where a random individual might pull out a gun and shoot you at any moment, if that is the case, it is worse than anyone realizes. We are in an active civil war, and instead of half-assing it and being like, just keep doing your job but hide in the meantime, that's insane.
How do you fight an idea? How do you fight an idea if it's not a organized structure?
Yeah, Trump dissolves the United States and creates the first American empire. And then he creates a massive multi-billion-dollar federal police force that supersedes all of the local governments and then starts searching people's homes and I mean, what is the argument to, at any moment, a random liberal might detonate a bomb or shoot somebody?
It's almost like a denazification program at that point. You'd have to go in and you'd have to gut the institutions. It would be a complete, like you said, that could be a transformative measure. I don't think he's got the appetite for that.
Let's just try and do the math. Three terror attacks in 3 weeks. It was mainstream liberal ideology that was behind the murder of Charlie Kirk. So I agree with your point. I think you are correct. We don't know who's been radicalized. It could be too many people. And even AOC is espousing the ideology that this guy shared that motivated him on the House floor.
Damn, dog, this guy is fucking dead.
So how do we figure out who holds the ideology and is needing of a re-education?
Well, we're going to fall into darkness. We're going to see like the top-down media.
Well, this was a random guy at home, like you mentioned. It is a random.
Yeah, but I mean, you can look at the media he was consuming, right? You can see the groups that he's in, the ideologies he's identifying with.
Right. So my question is, how do you find him before he kills Charlie Kirk?
That's almost like how do you stop a guy if it's almost like a thought crime before they've done it.
Agreed. You can't. Which is why I said the solution to the problem you're describing is Trump dissolving the three ranks of government under Presidential Directive 51, creating an enduring constitutional government as prescribed by National Security Presidential Directive 51. And then he creates a federalized police force which goes and secures every street corner, because we don't know at what point a liberal is going to just go start foaming at the mouth, pull out a gun and shoot a random person. Now, I don't think we can live that way, and I don't think anyone would tolerate that. So the idea is, right now, where are we? Law enforcement can't do their job because the threat of left-wing terror is too great. Okay, well, we're losing then. We are losing if that's the case. I don't want to lose. There's no such thing as we're going to knock on doors and ask people if they're radicalized and then bring them to a re-education center.
Yeah.
There's no way we're going to find some random dude who's on Discord who one day decided to take his grandfather's gun and go assassinate Charlie Kirk, because they're just people walking around. If the radicalization is that bad, then the only answer is full-blown, full-scale American empire. Like, Trump has to go iron fist on the table right now before it actually comes to multi-faction war across the United States.
I would argue even Trump's base doesn't have the appetite for that. I mean,
like, this is the point I'm making. To everybody who's like, no, law enforcement should wear masks. If your argument is, we need our law enforcement to mask up because they fear that the left will attack them and will go after their families, we've lost. Like, what we are describing is, we are a diminished capacity force with scared federal law enforcement that are concerned that the might of leftist terror would overwhelm them and they won't be able to do their jobs, so they have to hide themselves. The reason why Antifa wear masks is because there is a more powerful state that can crush them, and they're trying to hide from it. But when communists take power, they put on uniforms. If the argument is our men in uniform have to hide, we are losing.
Oh, let's go!
I know in the UK,
yo! You see this, dog?
I fully disagree with that. Looks like it can be massively abused. When you look at it from the civil liberties point of view, there is no easy answer. In a society that is so polarized now, it's such a versus for political violence on one side, and then the other side is kind of going, no city's burnt down when Charlie Kirk was killed. And it's like, yeah, that's a great virtue, but when the other side literally wants you dead, what is the solution? What can Trump realistically do? And what is the average Republican who are actually going to do themselves to try and negate that fact? It's a very difficult question.
Well, here's a story from the Post-Millennial. Trump signs order launching all of government effort to dismantle left-wing domestic terror groups. Post-Millennial reports President Trump signed a memorandum on Thursday launching an administration-wide effort to dismantle left-wing domestic terror groups across the country. The order seeks to interdict the groups, block them from performing violent acts, and the administration will look at sources of funding. Let's play the video.
They're anarchists and agitators, professional anarchists and agitators, and they've been hired by wealthy people, some of whom I know, I guess, probably know them. And you wouldn't know it. You're at dinner with them, everything's nice, and then you find out that they funded millions of dollars to these lunatics. Steve, could you say a couple of words?
Yes, Mr. President. This is a very historic and significant day. This is the first time in American history that there is an all-government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism.
Oh shit, dog, this one has a fucking rocket.
Organizations that have been carrying out these acts of political violence and terrorism. What we've seen, if you look at whether it be going back to the riots, the start of the Black Lives Matter, all the way through to the Antifa riots, the attacks on ICE officers, the doxing campaigns, and now the
there only has one here, bro?
These are not lone, isolated events. This is part of an organized campaign of radical left terrorism. It is structured, it is sophisticated, it is well funded, it is well planned. There is really no parallel like to anything else in the country right now. There is an entire system of female organizations that provide money, resources, weapons, and when they're attacking ICE officers, they're attacking federal buildings, or they're isolating public officials for harassment, doxing, intimidation, and ultimately attempted assassination. It is all carefully planned, executed, and thought through. It is terrorism on our soil. Because of this executive order, Cash and Pam are going to have the tools they need, working with Scott, to take these organizations apart piece by piece. And the central hub of that effort is going to be the Joint Terrorism Task Force, or JTTF, which sits inside the Federal Bureau of Investigation. But for those at home who are worried about terrorism, it's because they understand because of President Trump's strength, because of his vision, because of his leadership, you're now going to use the entire force of America to uproot these organizations.
Holy shit, brother.
I'm going to take this opportunity to announce my retirement. This will be my last show. I've decided that
we're doing this again.
I shouldn't be showing my face because of the threats against me and my family. I think I have been convinced by the audience.
The hell is your problem, dog?
The threats that we've received over the past week, even being completely uninvolved in anything related to TPUSA, have been so tremendous that my security team warned I wouldn't be able to travel, and a disguise wasn't necessarily an option because my travel itinerary stuff can be leaked as well, especially by employees who are doing load manifest. And the issue being that with prominent mainstream run-of-the-mill liberals posting that they wanted to see these deaths, the concern is, you're absolutely right, Joseph, in what you were saying, we don't know which one of these people might just see a flight manifest and then send a message to a Discord saying Tim Pool's going to be on this plane, here's when it's landing. So the ultimate decision was, we could buy 4 plane tickets, you, your wife, 2 security guards. You'll land. We'll have two security guards waiting for you, 4-person escort to an armored SUV, which will bring you to a hotel where we'll stand guard outside of outside the door for 24/7 security. Be transported to the event where security will stay with you at all times, and then you will go back. You'll be confined to your hotel. I said, I don't think I will. And they said, you probably shouldn't travel. And so I think everybody's correct in that I'm not a law enforcement guy. I'm just somebody with opinions. The threats are really great. I'm trying to figure out where I live. They come to my house. Why would I take this risk at all? So I quit.
I'm sorry to hear that, Tim. But also in the political world, we're talking about how anything can happen at any time. Left wing or liberal folks right off the bat. We live in the world now. Look at that young lady that's got on train. Anyone right now today is shot. So we just focus on that.
I'll be more serious about it. I don't understand the argument that people are telling me I'm wrong about asking our law enforcement to stand firm and proud and fight for their country. And they're saying, no, they should hide. But they're expecting me to have to live in a box. I'd much rather just, I can, you know, it's really funny. I put on a blue t-shirt. I should describe back that.
I've seen that.
Well, I'll just say it. I put on a blue t-shirt, took my hat and put on glasses, and no one knew who I was. I walked in like, well, who is this guy? Yep, everybody, and then I walked up and they went, ah! So, you know, I can be real, like, if this is the opinion people have, honest question, why do you expect me to do this forward-facing publicly with my own name, where I'm worried about whether our food's being tampered with, we can't order food, we have to have bodyguards? Like, why am I living this way? If our law enforcement gets special protections and privileges, you expect me to do all of this. I'm just kind of like, maybe you guys are right. Maybe we should all hide. Maybe we shouldn't put ourselves at risk. I can launch a new YouTube channel with an AI. There's like, isn't it? Honestly, I just AI that YouTube channel. Is the guy? Okay. Because it very much sounds like AI. That's just how he is? Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to impugn your honor. But I can just launch an AI channel, I'll make it a woman.
Yeah, you're
use an AI avatar female, like, you know what I'll do? The anime waifu.
You do the
VTuber.
Yes, you can move around and they move. You can be like a rabbit with a chick.
Oh, bro, I'm out. Why don't I do that?
I mean, yeah. Your voice, you have to say your voice.
Right. Easy. I mean, you have those real-time AI voice changers.
You're way more front-facing towards the political world cops are than one cop on the street.
Which my point would be that most of these cops have substantially less risk than I do.
Yes, they do.
So if the argument is they should wear masks, no one should know who they are because they're terrorists, I'm like, I'm being 100% serious thinking about that. Like, if that's what people really think, they just killed Charlie. Maybe none of us should be doing this, and we should just sit back and let Trump do his thing.
But for an ICE agent, what difference does it make? At the end of the day, they're a badge, and they're conducting an operation, a very specific job. Like, it doesn't matter if they're a public individual or not. We're trying to get legal immigrants out. Like,
the argument is the far left might try to dox them, and I'm sitting here being like, well, I'm already doxed. The far left, once they dox them, might try to kill them. Like, they're literally trying to kill me, and we have people showing up, and I have to get guns and.
Right, but if you're an ICE agent making, I mean, I know they're getting paid decent, but they don't have the money for security or anything, and it's like, it's not advantageous for them in any way to be like a public-facing person. Like, it doesn't. If anything, it just makes it worse.
But they're not a public-facing person.
Well,
they don't have to be, and that's why they're mad.
No, there's tons of anonymous personalities that make tons of money doing political commentary.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine. I do think there's value.
Maybe that's where we're going. I mean, look, Charlie got assassinated.
Yeah, I do actually think like anonymous or pseudonyms is like fine in the political space, and they're able to push ideas without fear of getting killed.
But I mean, people ultimately buy from people, and you allowed to send them an because they're buying into an idea. They're buying into, especially if you become a living embodiment of that idea.
Yeah.
Like, I want to be like that guy.
Right, right.
I want to live in the way that he lives because he seems really fulfilled. I understand what you're saying completely. Like, they should be demasked, but what that would be, it would be a giant gambit, and we know what would happen. We would see families being targeted. We would potentially see targeted assassinations, but it would be on a much larger scale.
I don't think so.
You don't?
No.
Well, why aren't they? There is a risk department somewhere that is
an
part
individual.
of it, gone,
because
they need to wear masks.
Because there's a reason why they killed Charlie Kirk and not an individual ICE agent. There's tons of federal law enforcement guys that aren't wearing masks. Just some of them are.
Just tried to
and they went.
Agreed.
Yeah. They killed Charlie.
Right, but like they tried to kill ICE agents.
Who did?
Like 2 days ago.
No, who?
Joseph John.
It was like
John or whatever.
Oh, right. And they were but that was indiscriminate. That wasn't a target on a guy's house.
No,
this
but
is the third terror attack on ICE where they went to a facility and attacked random people. In fact, he killed detainees.
Right.
The argument we're making is they will go to the home of the ICE agent.
I mean, yeah, presumably if they're privy to information at some point.
I mean, you can go on LinkedIn and find this.
I mean, it's the cartels. I mean,
you got a CDP facility here. You can just sit outside and collect license plates.
I mean, the cartel thing's got important. We've seen like the assassination of various DEA agents, right? Like that happens a lot, right? They would be in the same realm as that. However, the difference is that is like, you know, the cartels are a foreign organization. So it's seen as an external threat, foreign terrorist organization.
Yeah, no, I
the cartels, when it's on your own soil and it's your next door neighbor, it's the guy sitting next to you on the bus. It's a completely different, almost like years of West scenario. If they do demask, they're obviously not, because there has been a risk management sort of assessment, probably like hundreds and hundreds of pages long, that has gone, actually, it's probably best that these guys stay masked up.
Yeah. The reason why the left doesn't have any leaders, they actually do. And I will tell you this from literally being in these direct action meetings with leftists. They have leaders. The leaders organize. They supply money, tools, and then they say, I'm not your leader, and if anyone asks, I'm not in charge. When they go out to protest, you'll never see anybody directly leading the group, because they say law enforcement will target any perceived leaders. So that's why they say Antifa is a leaderless movement. It has leaders. They're just lying. Liberals cover up for them, or they're just stupid. Someone is funding these tools. Someone is buying these things and handing them out. Someone is telling these people where to go. Someone is saying, here's the route we're going to take. And it's usually a small group. The hierarchy is natural. Usually it's a young guy who says, here's what we're doing, and they say, okay. Because, I mean, let's just be real. Communism is the real thing. The idea that there's like a truly decentralized group of friends all holding hands, just being like, how many of you want to vote for a route that goes down Broadway and turns left at 45th? Raise your hand. They don't do that. One guy goes, here's the plan. We're going to march from the financial district down Broadway. We're going to turn left at 42nd, make our way to Bryant Park. From there, we've got a group waiting with shields. And they go, okay. Now, who's that guy? Who does he work for? Where's the money coming from?
That's what this needs to do.
Indeed.
But has it, when we were talking before the show, that potentially this doesn't actually change much? Like, is this really going to give him the tools and give the FBI the tools to dig into these people, hold them accountable? I mean, it is kind of that vague thing. I made a donation. I don't know what happened to the money after it went out. I thought it was for a good cause. It was you know, misappropriation of funds. They know what they're doing. They're not stupid. They're highly sophisticated actors. These, you know, when they are doing these donations and they are sort of pushing these ideas and kind of giving someone a tap on the shoulder to do something, it's done in a way where they're not going to be held legally accountable.
The donors or the people that are actually making the donations, if they're in the small denomination, they likely do think, okay, I'm just doing this to help, because like the people that donated to Black Lives Matter, they were conned, and you know, those people, they thought they were doing something good. But the people that are running the organization and those people, you know, they have to file paperwork and et cetera. Those people you can wrap up, and those people the DOJ can look into. And then any big donations, like, you know, really sizable, hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, that's something the feds can look into as well.
What if Trump was like, we're declaring Antifa a terrorist organization. All of those who are flying the symbols of Antifa, who are pledging allegiance to or support for, are fair game.
I think that's
I think that's what it should be.
Yeah.
Our commies already.
But you're saying that like that means regular citizens going out, taking individual action as a civilian against someone who's flying the Antifa flag.
Oh no! I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about
No, I'm saying Trump tells everyone in this country, if you as an individual stop someone who's flying Antifa, like.
But I mean, if someone's
I asked you a question. What if Trump did that?
That would be a terrible situation because.
Well, so the reason I asked that question is that Trump has designated Antifa a terrorist organization. What does that mean if you are a citizen of this country and you are walking down the street and you see a guy with a gun waving an ISIS flag? Will you go to jail if you stop that person?
Jurisdiction.
That's why I'm asking what would happen. The point I'm making with the question is, Trump has said Antifa are terrorists. What is the legal ramification of a citizen saying citizen's arrest or citizen enforcement action against a terrorist flying a terrorist flag?
If you're a terrorist on my land, I have a right to stop you in my country.
Well, I don't know if you do.
Well, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, you would think that folks would want to stop terrorism.
It should be. I mean, like, let's say there was, like, an Islamic terrorist.
Yeah.
Right? That was waving one of the circle flags. I'm not going to say.
Look, I mean, if
some kids would get demonetized, but it's like, I doubt a jury and a court will prosecute them for this guy's waving a firearm or whatever, and he shoots him preemptively, stops the terror.
It all depends on the jurisdiction.
Well, I mean,
totally depends on the jurisdiction.
Yeah.
You do that in New York, you're going to jail forever.
Right.
Right. If the guy was actually shooting at people in New York, there's still a possibility that you would go to jail if you took it.
Well, I mean, that's something that needs to be addressed on a federal level. Is that even possible? Can they do that? I mean,
it would be a local thing. The feds wouldn't actually have jurisdiction over that.
The blue states are in a soft succession right now because like they have sanctuary states, so they're softly succeeding, trying to, but they're not really doing it. But it's like a soft.
And if there's someone that's actually shooting, or even probably menacing people with a gun, which means pointing a gun at someone, and you shot him in a state that has like stand your ground laws or has the Second Amendment friendly, there's a possibility that you could convince a jury, no, he was going to hurt people and I prevented him. Now that would be dependent on the jury. But there is a possibility that, look, here's the situation. He was saying these things, he was yelling these things, he was pointing his gun at me. So I saw that and I figured I needed to take action to defend someone else because I was in legitimate fear for my life, and I believed that he was going to cause permanent harm or death to someone else, so I acted to end the threat, because there was an ongoing threat. Now, you can make that argument, and if you have a good lawyer, and you are in front of a jury that's fairly friendly to the Second Amendment, and you're in a jurisdiction where there are people that are friendly to the Second Amendment, you might be able to get justifiable homicide. But in a place like New Jersey, in a place like New York, that is not going to happen.
So this is actually surprising. My cursory search, which is surprising to me, is that if there is a known foreign terrorist organization individual, ISIS is a great example, who is flying the flag and armed and screaming while walking down the street, you have no legal right to do anything as a citizen against that person, be it stop them, detain them, or hurt them in any way. They're to be treated, according to my cursory search, as if they were any other citizen, no matter what.
That's like something that needs to be dealt with, obviously, with the First Amendment right. Is it political expression if you're waving the flag?
Everything that Tim said is true, but it still does depend on the jury.
Yeah, well, you'll get arrested. You'll get charged with murder.
Yeah, most places you're going to get arrested. Yeah, there's very few places where you could get away with shooting someone and you wouldn't even.
I'm pretty sure.
He just has a flag.
Well, let's clarify what you mean by arrest.
Very few, not none.
I think you need to clarify what you mean by arrest.
The police are going to take you into
George Zimmer, custody is not arrest.
Like being detained, you mean?
Arrest is probable cause for a crime. You're being taken to be processed for that crime.
I would still say that there are a few. There are some jurisdictions where you might not.
I'm pretty sure I can at least speak for West Virginia.
I would even get down to it depends on the.
Like if you're on your property.
Yes, if you're on your property.
Yeah, and like in Florida with Zimmerman and Trayvon, I don't believe he was arrested. He was brought in for questioning and then released, and that's what caused the controversy.
Yeah, I mean that could be too. Again,
Right.
I think that it does depend. It depends a lot on the even down to the locality. Because if you're in an urban area in a place like Virginia, you might not get the same kind of treatment from the county sheriff or whatever that you would if you were in a more rural area.
So do you think it's going to be a case of perhaps Trump needs to encourage the red states to adopt legislation to facilitate this sort of, citizens arrest, potentially if someone's holding
I don't know what...
It's
one of those slippery slopes.
It's a slippery slope, right? And also you were talking about this kind of like soft secession. If you've got, de facto situation in blue states where these guys can walk around unattested and actually not just that, but can continue to grow.
It wouldn't be Trump. It wouldn't be Trump. It would have to be something that Congress passes to have the force of law. And I don't know if that would stand because places like New York or New Jersey or Illinois, they would fight that. Seriously, we have the states' right to do
I think as we discuss this and go through the math of everything we're looking at, the real underlying thing that everyone is just saying is we're in a civil war.
I think that it's across the West there is an ideological war. I think that it is. It's less of like a civil war, like you guys are here, you guys are there. I mean, it is more of a years of lead type scenario.
But that idea of you guys are here and we're there has never been a civil war ever.
Well, I mean, the American Civil War. I mean,
but
there was a front line and a trend.
One place out of.
But that's that.
This is the Spanish Civil War as well.
But the American Civil War is not a civil war.
Okay.
You there, cunt?
Yeah.
I'll be back. Doug, you know what I love, Doug?
What are you talking about?
I love when they turn the air off and the temperature goes up in the house. It's fucking amazing.
Well, semantic.
Did your dad take off the thermostat?
The Civil War is going to be something like the American Civil War, the Spanish Civil War.
What was the
Oh,
Spanish Civil
no,
War?
he didn't take it off.
It was an ideological war.
Right, but no, like there were factions fighting, and there was no here and there. It was
There was.
Franco from Morocco went up to the south of Spain rallied troops to fight against other military, seized control of military assets, and then you saw certain areas that were leaning in one direction, nationalist or Republican, and the fighting was actually all over the country until militarized forces were able to secure certain areas and then push out the far left.
But I mean, even if you look at the Syrian civil war, you can look at the live map. There was a front line, right? Same in the Spanish civil war.
Troops to fight against other military war then.
Oh God.
Semantic, it's different. How most people would understand the Civil War is going to be something like the American Civil War, the Spanish Civil War.
What was the Spanish Civil War then?
It was an ideological war.
Right, but no, like there were factions fighting, and there was no here and there. It was, Franco from Morocco went up to the south of Spain, rallied troops to fight against other military, seized control of military assets, and then you saw certain areas that were leaning in one direction, nationalist or Republican, and the fighting was actually all over the country until militarized forces were able to secure certain areas and then push out the far left.
But I mean, even if you look at the Syrian civil war, you can look at the live map. There was a front line, right? Same with the Spanish civil war, right? Like there are.
The Spanish
we're here. This city is ours. Yes, there might be some insurgencies within those cities, but there was like, okay, they've got their military units there. They've got their trucks.
Right, but it was spotted all over.
Well, I mean, it was
the Spanish Civil War was blotches. There are front lines.
Yeah.
So the American Civil War was actually a union fractured, a new union formed, and then the union, proper noun, sent troops down to force the separate union. So that's very different from any other civil war ever throughout history. What the the United States Civil War, they call it, is more akin to a standard war in Europe or something. It is more akin to a conventional war by two countries. That's effectively what the American Civil War was.
But like the Spanish Civil War did have front lines. This city, this road, these trains were under control, and the other area.
When you look at the Spanish,
there was still a differentiation between the national.
That's correct, because the Spanish Civil War was not a you're there and we're here. It was this city is controlled by the Republicans, this farmland and this rural area is by the Nationalists. Down south, there's a pocket where we control in between, but the Nationalists have this and the Republicans have this.
Yeah, I mean,
in traditional civil wars, control is spread out all over in blotches.
Even in the Confederacy, there were Unionists who were living within the Confederate borders who were still like aiding the Unionist side. Like as an insurgency, yes, but like de facto, like who was controlling law?
All right, I'm just trying to clarify because the point I'm making is. The United States Civil War is not a civil war by most historical standards. The fact that there was a North and South dividing line, a Mason-Dixon line, is solely unique to the American Civil War. Other civil wars throughout history had split control in various regions, not a North and a South. There's northeastern, western, like when you look at the Spanish Civil War map and you watch how the militaries moved through areas, there were pockets over here that was nationalist, nationalist, nationalist. The nationalist was largely like rural areas, the Republicans were largely urban areas, and they were split up all over the place.
Initially, but then they did consolidate forces.
After
initial period.
Franco and his troops started crushing the left and moving through, they gained more control.
Yeah.
But the American Civil War started as something entirely different with a literal line between two unions. In fact, Texas, one of the reasons for Texas' secession to join the Confederacy was simple proximity. When Texas voted to join the Confederacy, it was simply, we have no trade partners, so I guess this is who we're with. Mm-hmm. It wasn't like people in Texas were like, rah, we hate the Union. It was like, well, look, for all intents and purposes, we are part of the Confederacy. In Maryland, they actually were 1/3 sympathetic to the South, so it wasn't, and it's still.
I mean, there was still, what I was trying to get is there were still geographical states and regions which were considered, under the control of those governments or forces, right?
And that's true today, right now in the United States.
In the U.S., well, yes and no. Like, I don't think that like the governor, like Gavin Newsom, for example, is going to come out on the complete side of he denounced the murder of Charlie Kirk. Like, he's not on the same parallel as the sort of people that Trump's fighting here. I don't think they might share the same ideological ground. But do I think Gavin Newsom is involved on the grassroots level? Antifa, guys going and assassinating politicians. No, I think they share the same ideological space. So as a result, they don't even want to give an inch of ground, because if they give an inch of ground against the left, then
that's a good distinction to determine when we're actually in a civil war. Is when you actually have a policy from a state defy the jurisdiction of the federal government and say, we will not abide by your rules.
City stuff.
Well, I guess never mind. That's probably not a good distinction, because that literally is what all of them are doing. Yeah. So, if If it's not okay,
Oh,
I'm being completely honest question here. We have political assassinations. We've got California allowing far
you not getting
leftists to
PlayStation Plus
firebomb and
anytime
attack
soon?
federal law enforcement with impunity. In the
Probably
Pacific
not.
Northwest, they do the same thing.
Maybe when
Portland,
Battlefield
local
6
law
comes
enforcement
out.
isn't stopping these guys. They've let them do it for now 3 months. I think it's been going on in Portland, and the feds are trying to stop it. It's not to the point where Gavin Newsom says go and arrest those federal agents, but Gavin Newsom just ordered federal agents to take their masks off. So the question then is we're looking at this gradient to try and figure out when it is technically a civil war, but I can say this. We are in a period of assassinations where the mainstream political faction of the left celebrates it, or they lie about it, or they defend it. The ideology that motivated the assassin is espoused on the floor of our own congressional house by the most famous Democrat, in my opinion, AOC. You can make arguments about any of the other Democrats, but they've largely waned. And as pertains to law enforcement, the California government is letting far leftists organize and firebomb federal facilities. California, Oregon, and Washington have been doing this for years. Newsom tried to commandeer control of the National Guard away from Donald Trump and has now ordered federal law enforcement to abide by his rules and take their masks off. Okay, so it's not a civil war.
An insurrection, perhaps, is a better terminology. It's a insurrectionary act.
Civil unrest.
Unrest.
Yeah.
Still going. You know, it's what we've been calling it civil unrest for, you know.
What I'm asking, like, when is it become a heap of sand? If Gavin Newsom, he just came out and said, where they passed a law, right, mandating authority over federal law enforcement, which they don't have the authority to do, and they're threatening federal law enforcement with arrest.
It's all about Trump's response, right? Trump would have, I imagine, I'm not as well versed in American politics as you guys, but he would have somewhat of a mandate to go, okay, well, this state is acting in rebellion of the union. I'm sure there's some sort of legal prerequisites where he could potentially justify federalizing it, whatever it may be. But I'm sure there's still a huge amount of legal frameworks to go through to try and resolve it before it gets to a point of actually there is no discussion. It's like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and we're in impasse.
Let's pull this up. We got the story from CNN. It's from a couple days ago. California bans most law enforcement officers from wearing masks during operations. California became the first state to ban most law enforcement officers, including federal immigration agents, from covering their faces while conducting official business under a bill that was signed Saturday by Governor Gavin Newsom and swiftly denounced by Trump administration officials. The ban is a direct response to recent immigration raids in LA, where federal agents wore masks while making mass arrests. The raids prompted days of protests and led Trump to deploy National Guard troops and Marines. Okay, so here's the question. Law enforcement being dispatched to California is now being, it is forbidden for them to wear masks while conducting federal law enforcement. Do you believe the government of California will enforce this law against federal law enforcement?
I don't see that happening.
I don't think they have.
That's a big line to fucking.
I don't think they have
a big line to cross.
They don't have a mechanism. I mean, like we saw in the '60s, something somewhat similar in the civil rights era, where the feds cracked down on the states for not playing ball, and then the federal government won.
It's vice versa. The feds are cracking down on states. This is a state trying to crack down on feds.
So that's a no from Raymond.
Yes, sir.
What do you think, Phil? Will you think Gavin Newsom will have state troopers go and arrest ICE for wearing masks?
I don't think he will. I think that he'll posture. But I don't think that he'll actually dispatch.
I think that's the line.
Yeah, it's 100%.
If Gavin Newsom arrests federal law enforcement, we are in new territory. I think the struggle we have with the concept of civil war is no one knows when you're in a civil war. Throughout history, every single civil war, they have always argued and debated whether or not they were actually in conflict. And as we bring up famously, we historically look back at Fort Sumter as the beginning of the American Civil War. But the people who lived in the country at the time didn't even think we were in one and went and picnicked at the first battle of Bull Run because they didn't think a civil war was happening. And then the Confederates won, routed the North, sent them packing, and then thought the war ended. They said, that's it, no war. We've just shown them. And then Lincoln was like, nah, send in the troops. And then 4 other states were like, oh my God, this is getting crazy, what's going on? It took a long time. The first 7 states secretly before he was even president. Several months. So I don't know that we'll actually know until we're well into it. In fact, I believe they called it, first it was like a rebellion in the South. Then it was called a conflict between states. And then I think it was like a year later, or a year or two, they started calling it the Civil War in the United States.
I mean, it is reasonable to say that it's possible, like right now, like looking back, you know, they'll say that now was the beginning of it. That the assassinations, that the first shots that were fired were actually people assassinating other people and taking shots at law enforcement and stuff like that.
What's that? Take a look at this article. Who wants to read that?
Charlie Kirk's murder can become another Fort Sumter. You know, the fact that this is something that the respectable journalists are talking about now, The Hill, which is absolutely legacy media, to call this far-fetched now with all of these attacks on ICE facilities, with the attempts on Trump, with the murder, this is no longer far-fetched. This is no longer the stuff of a fever.
Can I cash out like a 50-leg parlay or something on this one? 'Cause I'm going back 7 years on this, boys.
I mean, I'm going to play a bit of devil's advocate here. I think that a lot of these legacy media are coming out with these very sensationalist headlines because they are losing to independent media and they can't keep up. The people aren't interested in clicking some like really kind of like boring white bread sort of headlines anymore. Like everybody's so sort of brain rotted from the scrolling, everything sensationalized, World War III every other week, that they kind of have been pushed towards this more radical discourse. But the knock-on effects of reading stuff like that are very real. Right? It does put it in people's heads.
It's true, but if there weren't so many people that have died, there weren't so many attacks. There were 4 ICE facilities attacked since August 1st. I think actually in the past 3 weeks. So
No. It's been like 3 attacks in 3 months.
I googled it last night when I did the intro, and it was 4. I did it on Grok, and it was 4 ICE facilities attacked since August 1st is what I checked. I asked how many ICE facilities had been attacked. So yeah, like whether or not there were people killed, not all of them had casualties, but there were 4 ICE attacks or 4 ICE facilities attacked since August 1st. So in the past 2 months, like you have Charlie Kirk that was murdered. You have Donald Trump, that was the assassination attempt that was just over a year ago. Then there was, you can say that the attacks, I don't think that the attack, the murder of the Minnesota lawmaker was actually politically motivated, but there are people that'll swear up and down that it was. This is something that is not like unusual at this point in time. Like this is something that is become almost commonplace. Just, I mean, people are waking up saying, hey, am I gonna find out that there was another political murder in the country?
Yeah, I mean, even like the Epstein stuff with like the lawyers disappearing and like dying and these suicides, I think like it has become a lot more of a violent political atmosphere in America.
Yeah, I mean, there's always
become normalized to it. You're not surprised now. Like if I saw another assassination, I don't think I'm going to have the same reaction that I did to Charlie Kirk's. I'm somewhat expectant that seeing the level of praise that it's had from the left, that someone isn't going to do a copycat attack because they're going to hit that sort of like cult status.
So we've got a half correction. It's actually pretty wild that we can't and don't cover every story because if it doesn't reach but on August 29th, a person attempted to run over a CBP agent. We've got and August 25th was bomb threats to a Dallas ICE facility. If you're talking about the ambushes, then it's 3 in like 3 months. If you're talking about everything from death threats to riots, it's 5. No, it's 4. It's 4. So, and I guess CBP doesn't really count, so it's 3 since August 1st raw. And then violent attacks, like rifle long range, those terror attacks, I think it's 3 in 3 months.
On June 29th, when they got the 20-year-old set the fire, and he killed the fireman. He killed the chief of police and John Morrison.
Where was that?
Clanfield Mountain, first of Texas, I believe.
That's not
you
ICE.
guys talked about it.
Yeah.
No, it's not ICE, but I'm saying they set up ambushes, more violent.
There was the Zizian assassination of the CBP guy earlier this year. Yeah, it's been pretty dang wild. So we're definitely in Bleeding Kansas. Isn't it kind of funny to say, like, hey guys, Bleeding Kansas confirmed. Yesterday on the Will Kane show, they opened by calling this Bloody September. I think Jack Posobiec was the first person I saw who called it Bloody September. And I agree. The reason why we say Bloody September is it condenses all of the ideas of the attacks into a single phrase, which can invoke that knowledge. So it's a zip file for memory. That's why we give things names.
Do you think that like the economic fallout of something like this escalating though is going to be far too great? I mean, the thing that people care about the most is ultimately, do I have a good standard of living?
If there is a...
You think that like here does have that sort of political climate? Because I mean, when you look at...
There's no kids.
There's no kids?
The Gen Alpha is half the size of Millennial and Gen Z. That's the problem.
But is that on the conservative side though? Because I've never seen as many young families of like guys in their 20s, married, kids, highly Christian.
Yeah. But even with that trend among Gen Z, Gen Alpha is 40 million. Estimates from 40 to 42 million. That is half the size of millennials. And Gen, I think they're calling it Gen Bravo because nobody likes beta, is just starting now. Meaning, our economy is fried no matter what we do. When you and you now have a large cohort of young, single, childless men. On which side? On both sides. Now it's less likely. I think a third of Gen Z men are leaning right, but either way, like Gen Z men largely are not having relationships and having kids. Look, I was supposed to have a kid in my 20s. That's human standard. That's what all humans are. I turned 22 or 23 when the financial crisis happened. So sleeping on couches, I didn't even realize at the time something was wrong. I lived with like 9 dudes, a bunch of college-age dudes in this massive loft where we all spent a couple $100 because it was cheap. And it was like 6 bedrooms and a housing pantry. Pantry was nice. A door to the kitchen and a door to the living room. And it was, I think, probably 6 by 8. No, it's probably 8 by 10. Not bad.
Huge pantry.
Oh, yeah. Walk in, 2 doors, put some curtains up. It was pretty cool when we have parties. I would put shelves at the doors, and I would have something. But anyway, I was supposed to be working a job and having a family. That was impossible. And so even right now, Gen Z guys aren't doing this. Rudyard Lynch talked about this. I don't know, you were talking to him earlier. I don't know if you brought it up, but historically, whenever you get a large population of young men without children, you get
AI is going to take away all the jobs here in 10 years, 5 years.
They cooked.
Yeah.
We cooked.
Yeah, the one saving grace is that sad thing. But young men are born under clothing, so a lot of testosterone required to like sign up for like a full-blown civil war. You're just gonna get insurgent from the left. That's all you're gonna get. The right-wing guys are actually like healthy.
The one thing that I'm really surprised that, well, the one thing that I think we should expect as things escalate would be like more bombings, because that was something that was really common in the 70s, in the early 70s, late 60s, the Weathermen and stuff. There were over 1,000 bombings in between 1970 and 1972. And that's something that hasn't taken, we haven't seen a lot of, thankfully. But as tensions rise, and you have people that aren't as suicidal looking to harm the political opponents, that's the kind of thing that I think we need to be concerned with as like the next level. If that does start becoming something that's common, then I feel like that's the next escalation.
The reason we're not seeing it is there's 3 reasons. The first is it requires coordination to some degree. I know there's some years, but it requires a degree of coordination with others. 2 is people are like supporting to some reason. I know you can follow things online and stuff, but there's actually a lot of stories of kids blowing them up in their houses. I know that, but I'm saying people like are blowing themselves in houses. It's like if you look it up, it happens somewhat frequently. And then the third is that the government's actually done a pretty good job of making it difficult.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think is a good point. Base materials to do this stuff. Like the government is actually watching for people that purchase certain things in order or whatever. So that might be why.
The fourth would be, to your points, would be, and the fifth point, that they are more suicidal, unfortunately, nowadays than they were back in the 60s or 70s or say they probably had more reasons to live, but nowadays they're sitting in their house all by themselves in the bedrooms on 4chan and Reddit, and their mental health is way worse.
It's a bit grim, but someone made an important. This is an important distinction. Is typically a shooter is planning on not making it out of the operation versus a bomber. They're planning to go on the run. There can be a manhunt behind them. So that's kind of the distinction. Is you're dealing with the death toll, and ultimately they want to get out of the inside. Versus a bomber, there's like an ideology. Like you think something's important enough to maybe try and do it.
he's going to be remembered forever. And he's up on fire.
It's an important point. The only thing on the left, the only thing they value from young white men is like martyrdom. It's like the only thing you can provide for the left if you're like a young white guy is like, suicide for the cause versus the right. They're just like, yeah, we can use you here, we can use you here. Turning Point USA, we'll get you right in here. It's like clockwork. The left's like, you're gonna kill yourself. It's the only way to contribute to the movement. Because that's not fair to the whites. So,
I'm compiling a list of politically motivated attacks 2025, and it's already the list that I've got is insane. This is bleeding Kansas. The crazy thing is, as we were mentioning, like, did you guys even know that in Maine someone tried to run over a CBP agent? In Chicago, an illegal immigrant tried running over one of the nice guys, so he shot him and killed him. I think that happened in Florida. So all of these are happening on top of political violence that's high. Then you've got the low-level riot stuff that often doesn't break traditional rules. You've got the ongoing riots that are happening in Portland that they just started arresting these people. It's been sustained for some time. You had the ramming in New Orleans.
Yep.
Yes, that's right.
That was on New Year's, right, or right around New Year's.
Yeah, and you know, we were going to go.
January 1st.
Oh, really?
That's where we were planning. My wife and I were planning on going to New Orleans.
Oof.
And at the last minute, we changed our mind and didn't go. And then we saw the news, and we were like, we would literally be right there.
And didn't that one young kid get run over by that old man up in Washington or something in an alleyway because he was a Republican? A couple years ago, I think it was remember that? He got ran over for being a not.
I don't know if it was Washington, but there was a kid that got.
It was up, yeah.
I think the distinction though is like as you were saying before, they're not organized. They seem to be emotional outbursts, which I mean I had myself in the UK when we were putting up the flags, and some guy literally just abandoned his car beside the road, came running over and tried pushing him off the ground, and it was like two almost 3 stories high. Luckily we spotted him and we were able to bail to the right, which was the grass verge, rather than the left, which was the main road. But if he'd have come up from behind, what was his plan? He was going to knock us off. If we hit our head in the road, one of us could have died. He wasn't thinking. It was an irrational, emotional moment. I just felt sorry for the guy because he got himself so wound up, he's getting so like stuck in his head and so enthralled by this ideology that he feels like it's worth to just like kind of crash out and break that mundane life. Like they do see themselves as these revolutionaries, particularly that sort of like boomer generation, which I saw the guy who tried assassinating Trump. I think he was actually, did he get indicted or like charged?
Roth, yeah, the Roth, yeah, he got count or something like that.
It's like they grew up in like the 70s where like, you know, they were the counterculture, that hippie culture. They believed the world was going to be John Lennon's Imagine. Yeah. It's just like, well, you know, reality check, that it doesn't work. The world's never going to be like that. But in their head, there's still this like, they're sticking it to the man. Where actually, like, the counterculture is coming from the right, particularly in Europe, and it kind of has happened, and now it's become the mainstream.
Imagine.
But again, going back to my previous point, it's not organized. It's like, it's just like it is.
Yeah.
It is just lone wolf, like sad attacks of people who are probably pretty depraved individuals who actually just need help. Yeah. But how do you get help to those people? Because they sit and they fest and it's not.
They need help, but they have
nihilism, just petrified.
Yeah. They need help, but they have to be open to.
They don't believe they need help. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're not open to being helped. So if someone's not going to look, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink, right? You can tell people, look, here, this will actually make you feel better. These are positive steps that you can do to not feel hopeless, to not feel like there's no meaning in life. But that doesn't mean they're going to do it. It doesn't mean they're going to take the steps that you're recommending. And it's likely that they're going to be hostile to you for recommending.
Well, I'm saying like the left is already fairly organized, but they're not organized in a violent way, as far as we know right now. Unless, I mean, we'll see what comes of this Charlie Kirk case. Perhaps it was, we saw people who allegedly had foreknowledge. Perhaps it was, perhaps it wasn't. We'll see. That would be, if it is organized, that would kind of change the game a little bit.
So this is the list that GPT gave me. The New Orleans ISIS attack, the Coventry, Vermont CBP agent killed by Zizians. In May, a Jewish museum shooting from a pro-Palestine motive. June 14th, the coordinated shooting of Democratic state legislators. That one's up in the air because that one may have been personally motivated. Alvarado was the Prairieland ICE facility ambush. The same day, Oregon was attacking an ICE facility. July 28th in New York, Midtown Manhattan, mass shooting at 3. Was that real? What was that? Was that Trinidad Rockland? No, was it Manhattan? Yeah, July 28th, Midtown Manhattan, mass shooting. August 27th was the Annunciation shooting.
July 28th. That was the dude that went up to the 33rd floor or whatever.
Oh.
With the
Right.
Yeah.
The NFL thing.
Yeah. Oh, allegedly, yeah.
Yeah, the NFL thing. But that was also a BlackRock token. And he went to a BlackRock office. Oops. Yeah, right. August 27th was Annunciation. Orem, Utah, September 10th. That's Charlie Kirk. September 15th, political canvasser was stabbed. Whoa, I didn't know that. September 19th was the ABC station. Whoa, really? I didn't know about the September 15th attack. And they're still missing a whole bunch.
How many of those, out of curiosity, included more than one perpetrator, though?
I don't know. The challenging thing is...
One of the attacks on an ICE facility was like 5 people.
It was Black Rock office that was attacked, right? I forgot about that.
That was in Midtown New York, yeah.
Right, and they said it was the NFL, but he was in the Black Rock office, and they're like, he meant to go to the NFL. I swear. I don't know that I believe that. What's the obvious? So they are missing one of the ICE facility attacks.
The truck thing as well. That was
oh yeah, they're forgetting all the Tesla stuff. Where's all the Tesla stuff? I mean, just
there's a lot going on.
We need to get a comprehensive list of all of the terror attacks for this year, so we can have this in like a Google document database to actually start tracking this, because this year's been insane. The terror attacks on Tesla. What was there, like 70 of them?
And the one guy blew himself up.
Yeah.
Reportedly, you know, the guy, the military guy who was like locked in cockpit.
Yeah, that was the first.
Apparently
Like that.
committed suicide.
Can you look at your stream right now?
Right. The last minute.
Vegas.
Yeah.
It was in Las Vegas.
And it's all metal, so it didn't blow up anything. It just blew himself up.
What's interesting is that when you ask for these
Yeah, it should be
statistics,
fine
it's
now.
like there's no left-wing violent attacks. Like I see that a lot. I mean, I think there is a certain degree of when things haven't gone fatal, perhaps it's just been an attack on the street. These things either don't go reported, or like I've seen it by myself at like political rallies in the UK that, you know, leftists might throw something at someone off a rock and it might hit someone that might get hurt, but they don't actually report it to the police.
So it was just black before?
And, you know, I want to handle this myself.
For how long?
I don't trust the police. I'm not going to file it. So it'd be interesting to see the real numbers just behind this sort of low-level violence in the streets.
Yeah, you watch like Nick Shirley's video when he like tracked the ICE raid in Minneapolis, and they were like going through the street, and people were like pelting the cops with like trash and rocks and that sort of thing. But since it was such a chaotic environment and ICE was just doing an operation, they're getting in and getting out, there's not like a huge federal police presence. They couldn't make arrests. So all of those, I mean, maybe they followed up on it. I'm sure they did. But at least for what the public knows, all that wasn't counted.
Damn, dog,
it's like if you started counting
truck.
all of these like just attacks on officers that are taking place during these ICE raids that we're seeing being documented, like it would be outstanding the amount of leftist violence. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
She's got in trouble. I forget her name.
Monica McIver.
Yeah,
New Jersey.
So let's, you know,
can we just stress this when we blame Gavin Newsom for his rhetoric and then the ICE terror attack? Can we just point out like a Democrat in Congress punched a federal law enforcement agent, like literally punched him on camera, I think more than once. So when they're, I don't understand, like, why are we? I'm not talking to these people. You know what I mean? They're coming on. They're being like, no, you understand? We are not for this. I'm like, shut up. You elected this woman. She went and punched a guy, and then you lied and claimed she didn't. You put her on CNN, and CNN claims she didn't. And we all watched the video. This is insane.
There's literally a slow-mo. You can like see the punch connect. And I don't know where that fist came from.
Punches like a girl, by the way.
She does. Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense.
All right. So far,
we hit 20. Got to be close.
The list is actually really big when you include all of the Tesla stuff. So right now, and this is only like 10 minutes. 1, 2, 3. We got 3 in January. We got 6. March was crazy. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 24 just on this list so far. Is it more? Actually, it's more. 26. Just on this list that I have so far is 26, and I know it's missing some because I can think of more that's not counted. But I want to get this out there. We need to make a comprehensive list because when you go through it, it's all there's not a single instance that I can find of a Trump supporter going and committing some kind of terror. It's pretty crazy. Well, actually, not really crazy at all if you think about it.
What do you say? Cunt?
Shut your fucking mouth.
What did your faggot mouth just fucking spew?
Shut your cunt mouth.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking faggot can't even speak.
Oh, dog. Start crashing cars into each other.
It's all leftists, and it's in line exactly with like the liberal Democrat. Hey, we have a statement from. Look at that. There's Comey. That's it. That's a statement.
He's got makeup.
My family and I have known for years that there are costs to standing up to Donald Trump, but we couldn't imagine ourselves living any other way. We will not live on our knees, and you shouldn't either. Somebody that I love dearly recently said that fear is the tool of a tyrant, and she's right. But I'm not afraid, and I hope you're not either.
Damn, dog.
I hope instead you are engaged, you are paying attention, and you will vote like your beloved country depends upon it, which it does.
He's right.
My heart is broken
Yeah,
for the Department of Justice.
Everything he said so far.
But I have great confidence in the federal judicial system, and I'm innocent. So let's have a trial and keep the faith.
Cut out the "I'm innocent" and "let's have a trial." The whole statement. I could ascribe that to Trump, and everyone would agree with it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's blaming it on Trump when it was a grand jury. Right? Like this isn't a directive by Donald Trump to say go get that guy. They presented evidence to a grand jury, and the grand jury said, okay, we think that there's enough evidence here to indict. So I mean, look, if he's comfortable going to trial, then bully for him. But it'll go to trial. We'll see what it
is. Kind of letting it go to trial. That's the most pragmatic thing to go out and say I'm not innocent. He's going to fight his case.
So
they were really happy when the grand juries didn't indict other people. They were like, yeah, no, didn't get indicted because they were wrong. Well, he got indicted, like you said, so something going on there.
You know, I hope everybody goes out and votes like their country depends on it, because Comey is right. What Comey did, these people are abject evil. And my only fear in all of this is that Trump is not Superman. My fear is that Donald Trump is actually a bit of a hothead, and I think he is motivated largely by personal interest, and we need to win. Yes. If people like Comey and his ilk get power once again, they are going to destroy this country.
Yep.
And that's an understatement. Guys like breaking rocks, because we've seen the way these people talk. We saw what they tried to do. We saw what they literally did. They put Trump's lawyers in jail. They said, if you even try to defend Trump, we will send you to prison.
The fact that they went after his lawyers should be something that makes people take notice, right? Obviously, the far left they're gonna say, well, it was the right thing to do no matter what. But the fact that they went after the people that that he constitutionally has a right to a defense, and the people that were there to provide that constitutionally protected right, they went after them and indicted them and charged them as co-conspirators. That's beyond the pale. So I don't.
And if they're willing to do that to Trump in a very public-facing way, imagine we see it in these cases where they're not hiding, they just, guys on the ground, pressure into stuff we do, and they're actually never kept involved in missions, and it's kind of solitary with the general population. So hostile teams, and if they find out you're far-right racist or whatever they want to call you, they will go. Right? So you're not just going to a normal prison, you're in solitary. And that could be a reality here where
it is.
Yeah.
With J6ers especially.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, we're going to go to your chats and Rumble rants, so smash the like button. Share the show if you do like it. Thank you so much. When you guys share, it really does help. If everybody who watched this show right now shared it on social media, we'd be bigger than Jimmy Kimmel. Actually, we largely are bigger than Jimmy Kimmel. To be fair, he does get big hits on YouTube. His Trump monologues get like 1 million to 2 million sometimes. But it is what it is. So, rumble.com/TimCastIRL for the uncensored portion, but for now we're going to grab your chats.
Hey, before you jump to that, there's USA Today about an hour ago was reporting that NORAD scrambled fighters to intercept Russian planes off of Alaska.
That happened yesterday too.
Yeah.
I thought that was just an echo. No, what do they call? Call that in Minority Report?
Yeah, I forget what it's called, but yeah, it might have been an echo, but yeah, so they're there's all this talk about the I think it's whatever, all of the top generals and their staff coming to Quantico on the 30th, and there's also talk of conflict with Russia. Russia's foreign minister Lavrov, I think his foreign minister Lavrov is his name, but he was saying that NATO and the United States are already in a war with Russia.
But he says that like every 3 months.
Yes, it's true. But this is more just raising the tensions.
Oh, the pizza index is through the roof.
Yeah, they're.
Yeah, Hegseth has called in a meeting of like all military personnel, like, let's go, baby.
Do you think?
All right, let's.
So maybe the stuff that's going on in the U.S. won't matter. Maybe we'll have bigger fish to fry.
All right, we got this from P.S. Oopie says DJT needs to do an address over all this violence and division. He needs to come out and just call this what it is. He needs to open, transparent, and make it clear that now is a time for choosing. The left is doing all the violence this whole year, and when Trump comes out and says that the left is doing violence, they go, "How could you accuse us? You're so divisive." It's like, well, because you guys are shooting.
Yeah.
He's been good on the issue, like better than the entire GOP, quite frankly, on the issue. Every time he's had to speak on, he specifically addresses leftist violence. Meanwhile, just find a soundbite from your senator, your congressman. They usually dance around it.
Get out there and get in people's faces.
Would it be beneficial to America if he came out and said, "Yo, let's just relax, let's chill out a little bit, everyone"?
No, because
Trump said
the right is already relaxing. The left's killing.
The right is literally going to Trump, being like, "Please, Trump, just enforce the law." And then they were like, "Best we can do is a commemorative coin."
When I was at the
I'm sorry. That's a bad joke, by the way, because Trump's got these executive orders where he's saying go after Antifa, and I do like the idea of putting Charlie Kirk on a silver dollar. So that'd be sweet.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
it was bothering me at guitar practice where I had to put on a fucking strap.
All the speeches were like, "We didn't burn down anything. Look at the way we responded. We responded in peace." It's like, great. And then people were expecting Trump to come out with something hard hitting. He really didn't. But
would you do a guitar practice? Practice the song again or whatever?
So they're already demoralized.
It was a different teacher,
in that.
so he knew different stuff.
Was it the guy with the crazy hair?
No, he's not a teacher. So he was a different teacher, and he knew different stuff. So I learned one song, "A Whole Lot of Love" by Led Zeppelin.
I don't think I've ever heard that one.
A whole lot of love.
Yeah, I'd have to hear it to recognize it. So, like, you can learn an entire song in one lesson.
Well, one thing I asked him is, are there any easy to learn songs by Led Zeppelin or any bands like that? And he said, yeah, and this one is basically the whole entire riff is like just a few notes played over again or slightly different. So yeah, you can.
You say to him, "Cut! I don't want to learn Led Zeppelin. I want to learn Eddie Van Halen."
Well, learning Led Zeppelin, that's where he got a lot of his fucking inspiration from, so that was one of his favorite guitarists to model himself after. Which I would say he's better than Led Zeppelin's guitarist.
Damn, dog.
I've made some decent progress.
Yeah, I do. That's good. So what songs can you play now?
I can't play full songs, but I can play different parts of different songs.
Which songs?
Some of Eruption, A Whole Lot of Love, obviously, and then there's one called, Ain't Talking About Love. It's a lot of his that I don't even know which part of what song it is. But there's like, Don't Want to Hear About It. There's You're No Good. I think that's what it's called. And then there's like one Pink Floyd song that I can barely play. Holy fuck, dude. You watching the stream?
Yeah.
Dude, look at how dead the driver is. Holy fuck.
Yeah, it's over, dude. It's over.
Yes. I can still drive. It's amazing. Yeah, yeah, it is over instantaneously.
Bro, the thing is like completely fucking bent.
Yeah, it's moon-shaped.
You have the dummies on or whatever?
No, not right now. I'll have to find one that isn't super bugged because they can fall out of your car. Damn, dude, look how bent that frame is. Holy shit.
How can these cars go like 150 miles per hour?
What do you mean?
This old car, it can go that fast?
Yeah, why?
So it's going at like 200 miles per hour just there.
Well, the one in the garage factory could go like, what, 140? This is obviously, has more power, but yeah. We could go pretty quick.
Yo, get the truck with the spike at the front.
I wonder if I go to the grid map if it has traffic there.
That sense, and they don't think JD Vance is even gonna. And these are the diehard
Sure,
people.
you
These are the
can
people.
load it in.
Wait, what were we talking about before? Do you remember?
Before what?
Oh, I guess the music is what I'm thinking of.
Or that?
What?
Are you asking what were we talking about before the music?
No, I think the music is what I was thinking of. So I don't think I can open up the radial menu when I'm driving the bus. Maybe that's why. And I don't think I see any cars. Oh. I want to hit one when I'm at a super high speed. Oh. Why? Damn, they're driving on the fucking sidewalk.
Did you get it to where you could just like set them in place or whatever?
Crazy to say, I think he's dead more than I am. Even though I'm dead as well, but...
When the cars stick together like that, it's chalked.
Damn, every time I use the one with the rocket, the engine explodes. Oh shit, 260? Holy fuck. No, I'm not gonna hit it. That's not even that bad. Oh, you want the one with the spike?
Yeah. Pretty sure you could send cars like flying upwards with that one, right?
Yeah, earlier. You didn't see? I had a car in my cement. What is it called? In my dump truck bed.
Nice.
It's fucking lit around. No, there's no car. Nice.
Dude, that would be... I mean, you'd be dead instantly, but oh my god, dude.
Especially since there's no seatbelt, so you'd fly into the front while it gets crushed. $250 miles an hour. Oh!
Nice.
Dog, I fucking killed him.
We're gonna come to the event. So people flew from all over America to come here.
This makes me want to have like an A10 and just shoot these cars.
And even there, like he's not doing enough.
Trump had a Gettysburg opportunity.
Yeah.
He could have come out and said something very much like, 250 years ago or whatever, several men fought against tyranny to birth this great nation, blah, 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 and he could have said,
Yeah, it's still alive.
But he kind of struck off the cuff and did his Trump thing.
I mean, it's like we're talking, we're discussing civil war and this sort of thing. It's like the margin is actually kind of thin for Trump's speech writers. It's like he has to actually be somewhat precise in what he says because, you know, there's a lot of rider tags.
Fins Up says, it's not rumors. I'm pretty certain he publicly announced he's going to have the DOJ look into Soros. I do not trust Bondi at all, though.
Everybody's
she seems
decapitated.
Bought, or she's just noticeably dumb.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's why Trump likes her, because he bought her and she's dumb. So he's like, do it. And she goes, okay. I don't think so, though. I think, you know.
Mike Davis actually was tweeting about that. He's like, she's got more balls than all of the guys in D.C. combined. And Mike Davis is, I mean, I feel like he's a pretty straight shooter.
Like, at the end of the day, this is just an upgrade because they listen to Trump. I mean, we knew around here, we remember the first term, how that went. It's like, these people listen to Trump, and then do you really want to go through another nomination process just to get someone that's going to be just as effective or whatever you think should happen?
Leatherhead says, did anyone else see Alex Jones's channel is already deleted in YouTube? Indeed, as well as Nick Fuentes's. And then YouTube issued a statement saying, wait, we said we were going to unban people, but not yet.
You know what I'm saying,
and
dog?
so I think they're actually lying and sent that letter to Jim Jordan just so that he would shut up.
It actually flattened
post it, and they're like, oops. All right.
It's crazy how this is the
St. Miles
fastest
says
vehicle
Trump will
in the
have set
game.
the precedent to go after Democrats should they ever come into power. Yep. All right. Fins Up says the difference is you have money to protect yourself and your family. ICE agents don't have that same luxury. Off the clock, they're on their own. On the clock, their family isn't safe. That's a great point. How much money do you want in exchange for someone threatening to murder your wife and child and hunt you down in Florida? How much money? You give me that number, I will give it to you, and I will quit right now. You let me know, and then we can have you guys like this is insane. The idea that there's any amount of money that anyone would accept to take these death threats is just you know what? Maybe y'all are right, because it seems to be the general opinion that everybody has. Money is worth it to have to live in a box.
It's the same as
Yeah, my front axles are broken. I'm gonna cry. I'm lying.
Okay.
My 24/7 security is myself.
Let's try this. I will give someone $1 million. It will make it a game show, and then we have the entirety of the left. There will be, you know, I don't know, 3,000 people online in any given day saying they're coming for you to kill you and posting your address, going on shows lying about you, and your goal is to figure out how to use that. Oh, guess what? All that money is going towards your security. Your movement is restricted. You can't travel. You can't go to funerals, but it's okay because, you know, you have the money, I guess. Was the money worth it? I'm pretty sure that if you go to the average person and say, we're going to give you $1 million, but you'll be hunted down and everyone will be trying to kill you, they're probably going to be like, no, I don't know that I want that.
That shit will
some people might say yes, and then immediately be like, the sort of Democrat.
Does it have a rock? Yeah, it does.
Decision. But I am seeing a lot of this, and I will make this wager with all of you. I will donate all of my money to charity and quit tonight if that's genuinely how everyone feels. Because I got to tell you, I am perfectly happy living in a bungalow. I used to say van down by the river. Now I say a bungalow down by the river.
The oil pan is
I can have a
damaged.
grand mortgage, and I can easily do behind-the-scenes social media marketing work for, I don't know, $90,000 a year somewhere, and be perfectly happy playing online poker or something.
You shouldn't let the chat decide because the chat is full of trolls.
These aren't people trolling. These are routine super chatters saying that I should accept that because I have money, I should have to live under the threat of death from the far left on a regular basis, when I would much prefer not to have that that risk at all. And I'm being told that our own law enforcement who chose to go into direct conflict with terrorists should be afforded more protections than I. Or maybe that's not a fair assessment, but that I should accept the circumstances and the money that comes along with it will pay for the security while I'm restricted from. Man, when I was working for working for some of these other companies, like Vice, for instance, I got to fly. I was on a flight twice a week, and 60,000 followers or whatever, getting paid 6 figures. I didn't have anything to worry about. I don't think people understand that. Like, Charlie Kirk is dead. He died. They killed him. You know?
You do it because you love it, right? Like, you do it because you feel like you have a sense of duty to speak about things. And, like, you know from the moment you put your face out there, you know what the political climate's like. You know that somebody's going to come and target.
Dad, you ever want to know why you don't chow a
you
truck?
have to accept. I think like, you know, the money and everything aside.
Nice.
I wasn't even going that fast.
Of course, past a certain point, you don't want to exchange your freedom for that, and you also your personal safety. But I think you knew coming into the game, when you first decided to go and speak out, you were going to go get some backlash.
Nope.
Right? You didn't?
No.
When I went fully.
I didn't start this as a partisan.
Yeah, I know. I mean, initially, but when you did kind of cross the Rubicon, so to speak, so I remember that. I mean, I used to watch it.
But
through that transition, you must have.
There was no transition.
You must have. Well, like you weren't explicitly like pro-Trump initially, right? Correct. Like you saw the responses, people calling for Trump to have even prior to his election. You saw the response from the left towards these sort of more conservative pundits, people who were aligned with Trump. You knew that they were vicious. You could have full knowledge.
I went skating at MLK Plaza in Berkeley. And
that's 60 kilometers an hour.
I was a Trump supporter, whether I was or I wasn't. I didn't go online and make videos saying, here's what's going on, and here's how the news media works, so that Antifa would post my image and threaten to beat me up.
That's why you get out of the way.
Until one guy said, lay off him and don't start fights at the skate park.
But I mean, just being in the public realm in general, people someone killed John Lennon, right? Like John Lennon, right? Well, maybe he's not the best example because it's political side. People will try and like kill celebrities for notoriety. Being in the public eye, I suppose, does come with a certain level.
That thing has a fucking spoiler.
I don't.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's one of the custom
Charlie
ones.
Kirk walked out in Orem. He didn't think he was going to die.
I think he was fully prepared to. I mean, like they showed at the memorial, he said, "Die will be done." Die will be done. He was very religious.
Right, but
he was willing to die for that. That's why he remained on college campuses despite having this multi-million-dollar organization, which was able to.
That's kind of a crazy thought if you think about it. Like he was willing to die, and his wife and children were also there as well. In this area where he has to have security is a great risk to him and his family. I wish more people would, to be really honest. Because I feel like the founding fathers.
Everyone has something to lose, right? You have to
Wait,
go across
what
the
happened to
Rubicon,
my
you have to be
back
a man of
wheels?
action. You have to accept that I'm going to do something that is potentially going
The
to make my
fuck
life
happened,
and the people's life
dude?
very, very difficult. But my love for
They
my country, my love for my cause, far exceeds that.
You see them explode?
Like the founding fathers.
Yeah, very
the United
similar.
States.
Most of them were very
No,
young men.
I
which
didn't
means
see
the average
anything.
age of
I wasn't paying attention.
It was like late 20s, early 30s. But Ben Frank was a little older, and there were some other guys. But there were some of the founding fathers. Their children were captured. One guy's wife was taken from him. One guy's kid betrayed the family and to serve the crown. And there are men in this country who know that they will step into the fray, and this will put not only their lives at risk, but their blood, treasure, honor, and family. As the founding fathers were willing to do. I wish we had more men like that in this country.
I think it's a very Christian thing. It's a very Christian thing of being able to, you're willing to die, and this is the whole death to the world thing. It's easier said than done.
But you don't do things that will increase your risk of death.
Perhaps you do. I mean, that's what St. Paul did. That's what the apostles did. They went out.
Even their families.
Let them die. Yeah,
puts their families at risk.
They were persecuted. I know it's horrible.
No one should ever do anything that's going to put their wives and child at risk. Even if they're law enforcement, they should wear masks so that.
There's supposed to be some like unit class of people who like politics is reserved for them because they don't have any attachments. Sort of
yes, these guys that are in ICE should wear masks and hide so their families are not put at risk.
Well, yeah. I mean, otherwise you're not going to get people to do the job. I mean, Trump is coming on a policy.
Some men are not willing to risk their honor, family, or otherwise.
Okay, I get ads to join ICE every single day. I'm not even able to because I'm not a resident here. But they clearly don't have enough manpower, right? To do this and already drop that manpower, and the fact that a lot of the reason that the deportations aren't going as high as they hoped is I think it's a manpower issue. That's why they're doing such a massive recruitment drive. That's why they're doing that 50k signing bonus. Trump needs to deliver on his electoral. Yeah, 50k signing bonus. Yeah.
And I think
this is an ad for ICE now.
I think the logic there then that should be made obvious to everybody is we do not have men of action in this country. The reason why we need masks for ICE is because these men actually don't want to do the job. They do not want to fight for their country. They simply want the paycheck. And they're unwilling to take any risks to themselves and their family. They just want the money.
I don't think
that's
trying to mitigate
back on that. They're putting their lives on the line. They're going into like drug dens. They're going.
And why offer them $50,000 to do that? Like, why do you need to offer 50 grand to somebody to come and take this job to do it?
The economy is terrible. These people got to get food on the table still. Like, they got to be able to provide for their families. Like,
then my point is, it's pretty dang simple. If you're like, listen, I won't do this if there's any risk at all, and I want $50,000, it sounds like you are not someone who says, for my country.
Well, they're still taking on a lot of risks. The masks are so they can still do their jobs. Like, it would be it would be just terrible for ICE if their agents kept getting mowed down because they're not masking. Like, it's like we're trying to get a job and we're trying to get all the illegals out, and masking helps push that goal forward. It helps us get closer to move the ball down the field.
Right, I'm just pointing out that if someone says, I don't want to do the job, how about 50 grand? Sure, I'll do it, but can I wear a mask that's who I am? It's like, that's not somebody who's like, America will stand for eternity.
Well, I mean, that's protocol. I mean, right now, like, I don't think it's a choice for the individual to not wear a mask. I might be completely wrong.
That's a different argument.
I imagine right now it's protocol, but even if you do, like, 50% of these guys, they are willing to have their face out there, take those risks, you're still going to diminish the force which is needed to go and get the job done. The job's not getting done.
That's what I'm saying. Well, I'm saying even masks are not so, like, a very difficult thing.
I'm not saying literally every ICE officer hates this country for money. I'm saying the officers that don't want the job, but they offer 50 grand, said, okay, I'll pay you, but let me wear a mask. Are the people who are just in for the job?
People that's just what gets them over the edge. But I think signing up for ICE, period. I'm not even trying to like do a rah-rah chest beating to like dunk on people. I'm just saying legitimately joining ICE as like a decision is very noble because it's an inherently dangerous job. For the same reason police officer. Like I don't think it's like a terrible thing the MIP has better incentives. Like it makes sense. It's a very dangerous city to work in. Like you gotta reward people for like the risk they're taking. I mean I understand, but it's also ICE is like not joining ICE is not great for your lifestyle. Like you usually have to move to some pretty nasty communities oftentimes.
What is most offensive to me about the general conversation is that
I got
flipped upside down.
You know, I stumbled into this. When I started making videos and doing this, I wasn't making money, I was losing money. I left ABC Univision and I had savings and I was losing money to cover these stories, to travel.
Dog, you want to see a chalk sandwich?
Then I started making YouTube videos at a massive loss. I started getting threats from Antifa on the far left the whole time, losing money. And it wasn't until like a year and a half later I finally cracked into the black and I was
See that,
even.
dog?
And then I started working really hard and making more money. And then with that, I had to eventually bring on security. Then I had to move,
that'll do it.
get away from the
See,
cities. All
girls
of which
nowadays
were
would expect you to
ancillary
live through that.
Just speaking out. And then I'm told that, and this happens all the time, how lucky I am for it. When I'm like,
You think you would even know that you hit something, or you think you just instant death?
What was the rationale to it? Like, why?
Because I don't care about money. I care about country.
Okay, so you put the country before the money, but did you not also
I think
consider
by the
like,
time
Other people won't, and I'm told I should have to while other people don't.
I can
ask for a
register
few
the
good men to
pain.
stand up, wave the flag, and say,
My
I will
brain
die
would
for
already
my
be
country.
mush.
And then I'm told, no, Tim, you're wrong. Other people shouldn't
think
have
I'd
to do
pretty
it.
much be
No one
dead
should take a
instantly.
risk. They should do a job and get paid 50 grand to do it. And I'm like, okay, maybe I shouldn't do this.
So there's no register of pain, so you basically
they're just guys with
it's
a very
painless, you
simple
think?
job, which is
I think the risk
arresting
to
people.
them is substantially less in the broad sense. In the
Well, just
immediacy
think
the
of
job
going
ICE, they
from,
face
well, I don't know,
tremendous
what
risk
was
that I
that,
do not,
200
which I have
plus
tremendous
miles
respect
per hour
for. They have
to
guns, they have armor,
resting
protocol,
or whatever.
APCs,
Zero.
helicopters, all that good stuff.
To zero
And
and
that is
crushed.
an incredibly important job, and I'm glad people are doing it.
Yeah, just I don't
If
think
the
you're going to be
argument
conscious for that.
In the greater sense,
I wonder if you die
should be
quicker than
willing to
your
accept
brain can
threats and death threats and all that
process
stuff.
pain.
My simple statement was maybe I shouldn't do this.
Or
because
feeling
the
Yeah, that's what I
actual
think. I think your brain would be crushed. I think your brain would be mush before you
risk
even
is they get
feel
dogs, right?
anything.
They're wearing masks on the job, but there is still a risk that somebody else, he's an ICE officer, and his dog still gets out of it. That risk is still there. Wearing that mask is just risk.
By the way, I do
The
not
same
want
way
to find out.
you don't have security mask justification. They're still putting themselves out there.
Completely agreed, point taken. My point is,
Holy fuck.
like me, Benny, Ruben, we should all ice our channels, make new ones.
I don't know, I feel like if you're gonna die,
Okay, let me finish. Ice
and
our
you
channels.
have a chance of it
make
being
AI
painless
personas,
or
masked,
painful, I feel
no
like that's
names,
not
they can share
the
these
worst way to go.
messages. The message is successful and will reach a broader
Even though
audience,
you're-
but then no one will know who we are.
Even though your body technically wouldn't exist anymore.
Harker would be alive, right?
So the bus with rockets is faster than this thing.
Well, This has a limit. It's limited. It probably could go faster, but
at the same time as you. That's
the rockets.
AI and faceless content can't replace that. These guys.
The only thing stopping the bus from going faster is aerodynamics. And the rocket cuts off on this. It's only a 6-speed. If it was a 7-speed, it probably would go 260.
But I mean, like you see, when you were trying to get into the ball and discussing that, you obviously need to work hard. We worked hard at the situation.
No, you gotta send over some Dunkaroos.
As an online figure, putting out
But
more
it only
tweets,
buys
Dunkaroos. Because that parasocial relationship that you create.
Does your mom's company get Dunkaroos?
No,
that is the
they
reality,
don't have
right? People know Tim Pool,
Dunkaroos
right?
and vending
They
machines.
want to hear your opinion on things. They want to. They value you.
Yeah,
as
sure.
an
I
understand that.
individual.
I'm
not saying like you wanted that parasocial relationship from a
I'm
new
not. I am no Charlie Kirk. I am no Donald Trump. I am no JD.
I need the Dunkaroos with Cinnamon Toast Crunch Frost.
I don't want to have an organization backing me with tons of people. I just.
That's probably good, but dude, the Dunkaroo frosting is fucking gold.
Have you tried the Cinnamon Toast Crunch Frost?
And that's what I wanted to do.
I think I did.
It's getting increasingly dangerous. And I think
Wait,
that maybe a critical component
you're saying
why I
cinnamon
probably
toast
get
or
more
French
death threats than most
toast?
other people is that I pull up the sources on every
Yeah, I
story.
think when I made the cinnamon toast crunch
With no disrespect to the conservative side, they're largely just proselytizing
What are you talking about?
which is very effective and good for their side.
made a cake with
As a threat to the left, it is
cinnamon
much less
toast
threatening
crunch.
when the man in the suit says, you know, Christ is king.
No,
It's
no,
wrong.
no. But I'm
They say,
talking
"That's not gonna
Cinnamon
sway
Toast
people."
Crunch Dunkaroos. The frosting that comes with the Dunkaroos. Have you tried that?
Here's the Wall Street Journal, the
I guarantee you it's
the
different.
FCC
In the
didn't
jar?
play a role, a principal role, in taking down
Like
Jimmy
the-
Kimmel and the narrative from leftist.
Like you know, like the regular frosting for Dunkaroos.
And then so, you know, I'm
Yeah, but
wholly
instead
jealous
of
to
that
seeing how many
frosting
people got
in
to
the
go to Charles
pack,
Memorial, and I'm like, I can't.
it's like a special cinnamon toast
because
type
the
of
death threats.
frosting.
There were, like,
Yeah,
so
like
many
a
high-profile
frosting
people there. That's
plastic
Yes, some
thing,
of
right?
them had Secret Service level security and were backstage. I was not afforded that privilege.
Well, it's in the same pack, right?
Oh, so
next to, like,
so it's with the cookies.
I did not have.
Carl Rittenhouse.
I did
Yeah,
not
it's with
have.
the cookies.
I have a
Oh,
security
I
team.
haven't had
I have a
that,
security
but
team
I'm
that
pretty
did an
sure
assessment
I've had
and
the
determined
one
that the threats
and
were legit
the
and too
frosting
serious for me
cup
to
thing.
go to Phoenix.
Bro,
There were guys
you
on the
haven't
floor who
fucking,
didn't have.
you haven't tried it.
That's amazing. What's your security experience?
I used to work in the security industry.
Your former
not
military
living if you
intelligence.
haven't tried
You've got a team of like 300
but
people
I
who've done it.
used to work with a company which did CPO tests. There would have been a risk assessment. If that's the risk,
And the risk assessment
that
was
you can't go in, then fair
we
enough.
recommend against travel because certainly the event is secure.
Kiri, Lyson.
There's three kinds of people in the world, okay? There's those who've, they're normal, cool people who had regular Dunkaroos with the regular frosting. There are fucking faggots who had the chocolate frosting. And then there's gods amongst men who've had the cinnamon toast.
Well, what do you like more,
frosting,
the
Dunkaroos.
normal white frosting or the white frosting with the color stuff in it?
I think I probably just prefer the white frosting.
You know, the only time in school I ever had a fucking Dunkaroo was if someone else gave it to me. Because I was fucking poor.
I know, you're fucking gay. You're fucking
Agent
gay,
Jones
dude.
leaps from the sky, martini in hand. Danger close.
You hear me? You fucking faggot.
The silent majority.
Nice, dude.
Old Star families here being
Fucking
celebrated.
faggot doesn't have syrup with his fucking pancakes or waffles.
I wish Tina Peters
He doesn't
could be
have
there.
fucking Dunkaroos. He's
Well,
fucking white. He
having
doesn't have
syrup
fucking
with your
Dunkaroos,
pancakes is
dude.
pretty
This
fucking gay.
But we have a lot of great presidents.
That's
Think
pure
of it, they've been
faggotry
down
right
there.
there.
George
No,
Washington, they've
you're
been-
fucking gay.
They've been
That's
down
all
there
I can
for,
say.
in some cases, much more
Dan
than
dog
100
that.
years. They were brought up. I went through the vaults myself. I spent
know.
hours down there looking.
I should be a fucking rapper, dude. can you be fucking white and never fucking bought Dunkaroos or fucking use syrup on your fucking pancakes, man? Like, give me a fucking break here, dude.
We'll do it a couple of more times, and
Okay, yeah, you know what? Now that he mentions that,
You don't fucking deserve to complain about
3 times earlier today,
immigration,
just brings it up again.
you fucking
I guess President Trump wants
un-Canadian
to
piece of
change it
shit.
back to the Department
You
of
can't
War.
even fucking
Guys,
have
see
the
what we have in the
decency to put
headlines
fucking maple
from this one
syrup
today.
on your goddamn pancakes, man.
Bro,
Who
I
the
can't,
fuck am
I don't know what
talking
you're
to?
saying, dude. Can
Fuck
you
you.
not speak like a fucking retard?
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Whoa.
Don't ever fucking complain about this place becoming India, because you're part of the fucking problem, right?
What, am I
you
putting
put
curry
fucking
on my
maple syrup
pancakes?
your goddamn... No, until you put fucking syrup on your goddamn pancakes, don't fucking complain to me ever again about fucking immigration or India or all this other bullshit, alright?
How does that logically follow? How does that logically follow?
Never fucking buy Dunkaroos in your life, fucking faggot.
How does that logic follow?
Fuck you.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Yeah, they should do a fucking, like a citizenship test where they fucking force you to fucking drink maple syrup. And if you don't do it, you're fucking deported from this fucking country,
Well, I guess little did you know that when I make oatmeal,
fuck you.
I put maple syrup in my oatmeal.
No, fuck you. Don't give me that bullshit. They gotta invent a new letter for wherever the fuck you are.
Maybe if I put curry on my pancakes, I'd be able to get a job at Fortino's.
Oh yeah, did you end up bringing a resume to one of those places or whatever? I thought you said you were gonna do that like a week ago.
Oh, well, I haven't really gone anywhere.
Nice!
Fortino's once,
Nice!
and it was probably the day that I told you I was gonna send resumes.
Why, dog? Why? What fucking happened?
I just said that's probably the day that I told you I was gonna go, like, send resumes. So
yeah, what happened? What happened?
It's probably too late. I probably already fucking went and then told you the day later, or like the night after.
So what happened the day after, dog?
I didn't go to Fortino's.
Why not?
Because I didn't have to go.
Nice. You didn't have to go. That's what you just said, right?
No, I did. I said something else.
Alright, remember those fucking words for the rest of your life, okay? Every time you look in the mirror and you wonder why your life is the way it is, fucking remember those goddamn words. Why Indians have jobs and you don't? Because they fucking put syrup on their goddamn pancakes.
Bro, they probably don't even know what maple syrup is, man.
faggot probably mixes oatmeal with fucking water.
Wait, what? What does that even...
You're a faggot. It means you're a fag.
How do you make the oatmeal soft?
You use milk like a man, dude.
No, you don't, actually.
Yeah, you're fucking gay, dude. Doesn't use milk. Doesn't drink maple syrup. Didn't fucking buy Dunkaroos. What else? What else? Huh? How much lower can you sink, dude?
Bro.
Fuck.
Saying you use milk to cook your oatmeal is actually insane.
Fuck. You. You hear me, dog? Fuck. Bro, why are you a third worlder, huh? Why are you destroying this country?
Nice, dude. Faggot doesn't know how to make oatmeal. It's crazy, bro. Faggot puts in the milk before it's cooked.
Toilet. Faggot wants to shit on the fucking ground than go on a fucking toilet. Talking about fucking Indians, dude. You're more Indian than the fucking Indians.
Why? Because actually shit in something that can actually put the shit away? And out on the street.
Nice, dude. Yeah, it's all very convenient, right?
Yeah, you shit in the toilet, you're still shitting on something.
Get out of my country.
At least they don't have to filter the water from my shit.
We don't want your fucking third world ass in this country. You're ruining my fucking country.
I guess it is your country.
Yeah, it is. Get the fuck out.
You know what? They might as well start deporting white people.
Yeah, get the fuck out.
If they did that, it would make complete sense.
Yeah, dude. Why would it make complete sense?
Huh?
Why would it make complete sense?
Because you have to...
Why?
You have to deport the foreigners that shouldn't be in your country, right?
Wow, man. I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about you. Alright?
Why me?
Because, dude, you fucking shit on the ground. You stink up the fucking country. Get the fuck out.
Well, I shit on the ground and then put it in the garbage.
Oh my god. Get the fuck out of my country.
Yeah, you wanna drink more shit water?
Get out of my fucking country. We're a fucking civilized society over here, right? We don't want your backwards fucking bullshit. Fucking poisoning the well over here, alright? So just take your fucking watery oatmeal bullshit and your fucking plastic bags and get out of here.
This guy doesn't want to make oatmeal. That's crazy, bro. Wait, this guy boils milk and cooks his...
Take goddamn plastic bags filled with
Wait,
shit.
wait, I didn't even think of this. You boil... You boil your milk to cook your oatmeal?
No, dude, I put it in the microwave.
Wow, this guy... this guy microwaves oatmeal. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude. I don't got time to fucking boil it on the pot.
So what, do you microwave your fucking steaks too? You don't even cook your steaks?
Of course.
Nice, dude.
Yeah. You know what else I do? You wanna know what else I do, dude? I put fucking syrup on my goddamn pancakes.
Cool.
I'm like some fucking degenerate.
Do you microwave those too? Huh?
Tell me, do you wipe the shit off the ground, or do you mop it off the ground? I'm just curious.
I spread it in your fucking microwave. That's what I do.
Damn, dude.
You think that it's
so like if I go to your house?
You think that it's milk? It's actually not milk.
If I go to your house and I open up the trash bag or the trash bin, how many fucking bags of shit am I gonna see in there?
Don't know. You might not see any, depending on what's in there.
Nice.
Well, you've walked past it and you've never smelt it, so then it's probably not a big deal. Yeah, you've walked past it multiple times, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Fucking disgusting. I just feel like one day I'm just gonna see you on the boulevard just taking a shit.
Nice, dude.
I think that's what it's gonna devolve into, dude. Dude, it's the it's the tiny steps that lead us into hell. I think you're down a dark path right now with this whole fucking shitbag situation.
Well, okay. What do you? How do you think you'd be shitting if you lived in the forest?
Just remember.
Yeah.
Hell is paved with good intentions, right? Right? The pathway to hell or whatever, the fuck the saying is.
Shut your mouth. You don't remember. What would you do when you live in your fucking forestry that you want to move
to? Because we've got these things called fucking houses and bathrooms with these things called toilets. Where I don't have to fucking go out and shit in a bag, dude. I can just be a civilized person. I can shit in my toilet, dude. I don't have to shit in a bag, and then sometimes it gets on the floor and I have to wipe it up, and then fucking run away from like my dad or whatever because he's about to catch me shitting. I can just shit in the toilet, dude. So yeah, there's your answer, bro.
So if you live in the forest, you're gonna shit in the toilet?
Oh no, but I don't live in a forest because that's fucking retarded.
Well, that's what you want to do.
Because I live in a fucking house.
No, that's what you want to do.
Oh, I want to live in my house.
Nice, dude. Nice.
That's it.
Faggot says he wants to go to the fucking forest all the time, and he says he doesn't.
Nice, dude.
And that could have been the type of thing that kind of slips through the cracks when you take a week off and you're just kind of taking the major consumables and not the tiny bits and pieces. But this is now the fourth time I've heard Trump say this today from the White House. He wants to switch back to the Department of War. Now, this is a crazy deal because he gets into some of the history of it. And, this is some of the history that
there are steroids for the brain.
Big time against the Federal Reserve, or even talking about some post-World War II history type stuff. That's the kind of stuff that people point to, and they say, whatever decisions were made when it was switched from the Department of War to the Department of Defense were made, it's like the whole thing was a propaganda operation. Because now, it's Department of Defense. Oh well, defense. You can spin that 1,000 different ways to spend money. Department of War, that's a little different.
Dog, when you gonna buy some Lego?
It's harder to get a bunch of money to spend on war than it is for defense.
I heard Canada Post has stopped door-to-door deliveries.
And getting into some of the historical references,
because they're
the
fucking
historical
terrible.
reference points to that as well. So I don't know what the larger plan is. I don't know. In fact, hey, crew, has that been something he's been talking about for the last week? Has anybody heard him say that in the last week? I'm just asking.
What you got against Canada?
Okay, so yeah, it wasn't like it was something that I missed.
Everything?
Kind of just slipped
They're
through the
fucking
cracks
self-entitled. They're not even good at their jobs.
With the news all day.
Fucking late as shit.
I feel comfortable asking the crew that because
They get paid way too much. Don't work many hours.
So I don't know what. I don't know where the president's going. In fact, Hank's at this talk right now. Let's see if he has something to say. Oh, next to Gorka.
That's
Go
going
ahead.
to.
Needed an even deeper
It's not going far enough.
on spokesman who himself is an Afghanistan veteran. He's leading this effort. It's a top
Where's
priority
this
for us.
animosity?
Getting access to all documents necessary, why decisions were made, why they weren't made, why certain force
Well, they get to
protection
strike,
measures were ignored.
and
Again, there's never been accountability for
reason,
this.
so
It's something that Joe Biden allowed to happen that never should have happened. Anybody, any objective observer knows that's not
going on?
leave a country. And certainly these families know better than anyone
should
else.
be instantly
These
fired.
families deserve answers. We're going to be honest about it. We get to the bottom of it. Sean Parnell, an Afghanistan vet, is
Yeah, what do you think would happen if you didn't go to work for 2 weeks and you didn't tell them why?
Middle of 2026.
Oh, you can come back and we'll pay you more.
Hopefully a little bit sooner, but we're going into everything to get an understanding of what happened.
Should get a slap on the lip.
So we remember these great 13
Whoa.
So these are the Gold Star
On the
families from the Afghanistan disaster.
Whoa.
32 of them approximately.
But dog, that's physical assault.
We're in contact with them always also, but they lost arms and legs, and their faces were blown to pieces, and they're incredible, and they suffer with it, and so we understand that. It should have never
Dog,
happened.
they're just
It should
trying
never
to,
been allowed to have happened.
trying to
And they were in the wrong.
No, they're trying to scam us.
So, oh man, you know, I almost don't even want to do this twice in the first hour. I don't know, guys. Should I go off the? Should I go off the rails again here? I can't help.
What do you
I see
mean?
Gorka up there.
They never hurt.
This is, you know what? I'll do it again because it's kind of another part of the
Yeah,
learning
when
curve
government
you step
employees
away.
get
And I was still in touch
undeserved
with some
wage
people in
hikes,
DC, and you know,
yeah.
people were still feeding me stuff, wanting me to cover stuff, and I'm like, hey, I'm off. I don't even want to.
It's your money.
Talk to me next week.
Why?
But it's funny. I see Gorka up there.
Well,
and,
if they have to get paid
you know,
more,
this is a
that
guy who-
increases
he's a
their
foreigner. Okay, A, he's
budget,
a foreigner. And
which
B,
then takes
he is
my
a
money
guy
from us.
who celebrated InfoWars censorship and the lawfare against Alex Jones. So if you're wondering where the original Gorka thing comes from,
Oh,
here,
they're human
it's Gorka
beings.
celebrated the censorship. Of
Yeah, and so are
InfoWars
you, and what, you
celebrated
get to
the
work at
lawfare against
fucking
Alex Jones. And they made it
whatever,
personal.
Home Depot, whatever the fuck it's called, and you get paid 20 cents a year, like,
I don't remember when it was. I was
do you
kicked
get to
out of
fucking
St.
say,
Pat,
oh,
maybe
I'm
it
not
was
coming to
Harrison.
work, you have to pay me twice as much?
And
No.
Gorka was going around bragging about how
It's fucking
basically, I
retarded.
guess he feels he made that happen.
Whoa.
So but why am I talking about this? Because it goes back to the learning curve.
Yeah.
And
That made more sense,
you
didn't
may
it?
recall
But dog,
I
it's
was
a
told I
very
was too negative.
demanding.
So I said, all right, well, you know, I don't look at
Dude,
myself
it's
as
the
a
least
pessimist,
demanding
and I
job
heard
ever,
Alex
bro.
call
What
me
the
a pessimist
faggot are
on
you
air
talking
while I was
about?
away.
Dog, they gotta lift them books.
Yeah, they're very
No,
light
I don't think I'm a
boxes.
pessimist at all. I think I'm a realist.
You have to put
But
mail in a
if
mailbox.
you-
Oh,
Too negative.
you have to drive to a street and put
If
mail
someone
in
says
boxes.
Being too negative, I'm not just going to discount that in my own pride. I'll say, oh, maybe there's something there. So
They gotta work
maybe that's right. I'll
in the
step away.
winter. They gotta
Oh
deal with
no,
them
they have
dogs.
coats. They have to wear
It's like you're in
coats
war. You're in
that
war
are
for
fucking
2 years
provided
later
to
without
them
seeing nothing but
by the
dogs.
company.
It's like, yeah, you know, it can affect you. You get a little negative. You need a furlough.
Dogs.
Not really. They don't have to go
So,
inside a house.
I see Gorka in there.
Damn dog, the
And it
dogs
just,
jump
kind of
them
just sends me back to the
fences.
negativity thing. And I think it's a little bit of a subconscious. I think it's a little bit of a subconscious deal, where it's not like I want.
And actually, technically, now they don't have to go to a
will
door if
admit
they
I
don't
want
feel
influence.
it's safe.
But winning
So
influence is
that's
different
another
than
reason
winning
why it's
access.
bullshit.
What it takes to win influence is organic. What it takes to win access is rigged, is inorganic.
Why
So,
you got all this?
Gorka gets
Hey,
access. Doesn't
yo,
really bother me
huh?
much at all. Levin gets access.
They should all be
Doesn't really
fired.
bother me much at all. It's their influence that bothers me. It's the influence of a Gorka that celebrates censorship. It's the influence of a Mark Levin who's never seen another war he doesn't want to send Americans to die in. So it's the influence that bothers me.
What?
But I could see how watching these people take over the movement that we built, watching these creeps and these scumbags and these grifters and these warmongers and these liars and these frauds and these cowards take over this movement that we built, I could see how subconsciously that could turn me into a negative person.
No one does.
Or maybe even psychologically kind of form some resentment. I could recognize that as a person now that I've stepped away, not feeling as negative about everything. I'll still sit here and point out what a joke the Maxwell tape was. I'll still sit here and point out that it looks like
even if they didn't,
cover-up job here 2.0.
if they do fuck up an order, it's not their fault. Even if it is their fault.
Is there really even a debate anymore about Israel's influence in D.C.? I mean, I don't even think. I think that debate's over. We've won that debate handedly. But I'm actually at peace with it. I really am. Because it actually gives me hope.
Canada Post is different than UPS, right? Like those are two completely different things.
UPS is a private company, which is why you get it really quickly.
Running around the Republican Party in 10 years, you're not going to see it. Okay. These grifters, these frauds.
They do free pickups, right?
They're not going to be influencing the political class.
Like if you pick it up from
it's not going to be this way.
Location thing.
No, like
so it sucks
like they,
that we're
like
getting
if you
another punch
call them or whatever
of politics
like to come pick up
it
something from
sucks
like
that
your
we're getting
house or
another
some shit.
punch from this same generational right that is just as much responsible for putting America in the peril that it's in as the old generational left. But it reassures me. It's like, yeah, this is their last
come to your place
this
and
is
pick
their
up
last
something.
grab. This is their last go at it.
I don't know how that works. I've never done
Politics
that
will
before,
change
so I'm not
for
sure.
the better once Trump is out. And so I'm okay with that.
I assume you have to go to
I don't want
the
access. I do want influence.
location.
And what I see now, if you want to win influence in
I know where
August
Canada
of
Post is,
2025,
and
you
there's
have to be
one
honest, folks.
literally right there, but
And this
There's
is
one
like
on
hurting
Concord,
me
but
to
I've never
say
shipped
this
something through
because
UPS, so
at
I
the end of
actually
the day,
have no clue.
everything is a negotiation.
So
Everything is leverage.
Don't take what I say as anything.
But I
correct.
give free advice, so whatever.
Who
I
you
give
shipped it
$1
through
million of
before?
advice out of this show every day, so it's fine. If you want to win
Who have you done shipping
real
through before?
organic influence in August of 2025, you have to be
Oh, I
honest.
think I've only shipped
You have to be honest. You have to
two
be honest
things,
about
and
what
it
you're
was
seeing from this administration.
Canada Post.
You have to be honest about what's going on in
Nice.
different wars
Yeah, and they're
across the
both
planet.
hell.
And if you're not willing to be honest, then you're going to lose your influence. So I don't need access. I don't want access. But you know what? Influence is earned.
A shipping company
Influence is earned.
that doesn't
like
print
access
labels
that's
for
bought.
you.
Influence
Fucking
is earned.
retards.
So we're
They
going
don't
to earn
print
it.
labels for you?
No, you have to go
We're
to a
gonna earn it
fucking
here.
printing store and get it done.
And it's gonna create a new long-term solution to the uniparty in DC.
When you say printing store,
And
what the
say-
fuck do you mean?
You know what Trump is doing is going
Like
to
a store
overall
that,
benefit the
like,
country, I think, in the long
prints
term. Now we're just like we had to deal with the
for
COVID
you.
lockdowns. That was the big disaster, permanent disaster.
can't
There's gonna be
print
other
it on
things
your
that
own,
we're going to have to deal with too.
Home printer?
In the long term.
At the time, I don't think I had one.
But I do think there will be a better platform with all of it.
But
I
you
do
were
think
sure
there
it
will
was
be a better
because they didn't
platform for a new
supply
generational
the
right to
shipping
launch
label or whatever the fuck you need to print.
Because it can't just be making the same
It wasn't just because you
promises
didn't have
and then not delivering.
Because I didn't have one.
That's not what's going to work anymore in
printer.
Republican politics.
Well,
Because
just because I don't have a printer doesn't mean that they shouldn't.
the youth wants to go right, but they're sick of.
No, but what I'm asking is it
getting what they
because
voted
you
for?
didn't have a printer or just because they didn't
But
supply
now that's
you
going to have to be addressed
like
directly.
digitally or whatever
Now it's going to have
the
to be
printing
addressed
label so
directly.
you can print it off yourself at home?
Probably as soon as the midterms. They may think they can kind of just play ball.
Well, yeah,
as
I
usual
had
in
to print the
midterms,
label
might work.
myself.
But once 2028 rolls around, folks,
Whether or
I'm telling
not
you, it's gonna be a whole
I
new world
have the
politically.
printer or someone else does.
It will be a whole new world, and everybody sees it.
They wouldn't do it.
And that's why everybody is pushing the gas right now why they're pushing the gas
like
in
when you
Ukraine
went
to launder
into
as much money through there
the
as
actual
possible.
Canada Post
Why they're pushing
store
the
or
gas
whatever
with NATO
with
to
the
continue to
box,
steal money with that false system.
they wouldn't print the label
I think it's
there.
why Russia is making aggressive moves in Ukraine to solidify whatever land they can get there.
What were you trying to get
same
shipped?
Situation with Israel, everything it's doing. So
one was an action figure. The other one was a model car.
Because they know once Trump leaves the White House, it's a whole
So
new
they're
world
just like, no, we're
politically
not
in
doing
America.
it. Get out.
It's a whole new world. And
Yeah, if I can print it for them and bring it back.
Foreign wars and influence, a lot of that game is going to come to an end.
Oh, dude.
So they're trying to steal as much as they can before it gets there. And
fucking hell.
We're just going to sit here and watch it happen. We're going to sit here and we're going to watch it happen, and people are going to be pissed. And it's going to create a new political world, a new generational left, which I think, unfortunately, is likely to take power first. Now, that's dangerous, because once communists take power, they do they ever let go of it? So you got to be careful with that. But what will result in that is a new generational right, which will be a lot, how can I say, it will be a lot more MAGA than what we got from this man. Here's an example. FEMA
Wow, I didn't even see that coming. Look at how bad that is.
to build migrant detention centers. So now you've got these FEMA insiders that are going to the press and they're saying,
Things
well,
at the back.
Now we don't have a disaster response.
They're there for when the car does like a wheelie.
Yeah, they're really worse. First of all, they already gutted the disaster response. So they're going to try to pin it on Trump. There'll be another disaster. It's hurricane season, whatever happens. There'll be another disaster. They won't have the relief. They'll blame it on Trump. Now, the difference is that the Trump administration will actually facilitate relief. However, it's not needed, aside from just having some piggy bank that everybody comes in here and grabs a bunch of money from, and then you never really know what ends up happening with it. But no, it was in the Biden years. So get ready, this will happen. There'll be a disaster, they'll blame Trump, there's no aid, and then the right will respond, they'll say, no, Biden cut it, and by the way, here's Biden saying there's no aid for North Carolina and everything else, and oh, Biden spent it on all the illegals. And then the left wing will come out and say, oh, no, Trump's spending it on the illegals. He spent $1 billion on detention centers to put all the illegals in. So get ready for that political football to go all around. This is what I'm talking about. This is the game that I'm talking about. This is the game that is in the 2-minute warning, folks. It's almost over. Now, none of this should be a problem. None of this should be a problem.
You know what, dog? If you don't like Canada Post, why don't you start your own shipping company, dog?
Because the government doesn't like when you have
maybe we need $1 billion for
make your own company that can
illegal alien detention.
Yeah, remember when the taxi service tried to shut down Uber?
$1 billion for healthcare. Whatever it is. Whatever the domestic need is, we need $1 billion. Where are we going to get it?
I do remember that, yeah.
Sorry, Israel. We don't have the money for you. Sorry, Ukraine. We don't have the money for you. Sorry, NATO. We don't have the money for you anymore. Now, these are just the big spenders. These are just the big
do some Uber
Eats of the military.
That's straight down.
Then you start to get into just the raw aid doled out billions of dollars every year.
Yeah, I don't want to put mileage on my car and then have to buy a new car.
Sorry, Tasmania, Uganda, the lost city of Atlantis, Mars, wherever. Sorry, the aid is cut. Oh, now look at
Nah, dog.
Now we got
Just
fucking
lease a new one, dog.
Yeah, and then I'm losing money.
Illegal alien detention and removal. And a new
No,
hospital.
just write it off as a business expense.
Yeah, I don't think you can write off Uber Eats.
So this is where it's going. The giant boondoggle is over. Even Doge got shut down. Folks, we got $10 billion in Doge. And by the way, that's where most of this FEMA cutting came from. So yeah, they're going to sit here and they're going to say there's no money in FEMA. It's not going to matter. If there's a big disaster, the Trump administration will make sure they get the response. They cut the money to FEMA, folks, because it was so much waste, fraud, and abuse. They just couldn't have the money sitting in the piggy bank. It all got stolen.
Write that off.
But that's what they're going to do, is they're going to say, oh, Trump gutted FEMA. No, you wasted the money, so we drained the bank accounts.
Uber lets you rent cars now, too.
last chance gladiator giveaway blowout sale happening right now at the AlexJonesShow.com. Don't miss the final week to be entered to win both. Oh, that's the double deal right now. We got the double deal happening. 2025 Jeep Gladiator Rubicon. That is the giveaway that will be ending very soon. Plus the new truck raffle giveaway. Well, it's actually not a truck. It's actually a sports car. It's actually
when you
Corvette
press start in this game,
Stingray, the C8
or pause
Corvette
it,
Stingray.
it sounds like
that's the, fastest
the
one
Discord joining and leaving
I don't
sounds.
think you can get a faster
So every
Corvette
time it
than
happens,
that.
I'm like, did
the
this guy
C8
leave?
Corvette Stingray. So you can, when you shop at the AlexJonesShow.com right now, you can be entered to win both of these two separate raffles. The Jeep truck Rubicon will be drawn first. That will end this week, actually. And then the Corvette will be the next one that will last for a month, however long we usually do these. Every dollar spent gets you 50 X entries to win these vehicles right now at the AlexJonesStore.com. Plus, today is the last day to enjoy 25%
Damn, dog, what would you do if this happened to you,
at the
dog?
AlexJonesStore.com.
I would fucking kill myself,
Until this ends at midnight. So get in before
Damn,
this sale
dog,
comes
you'd
to
already
an
be
end.
dead,
Some
so
of the
how could
other
you kill yourself?
bestsellers happening right now that are on
Where'd
sale.
the back wheels
brand
go?
new
What the
bovine
fuck?
cholesterol
Oh,
plus,
flew
you
off.
get 50% off when you subscribe for auto ship. 3-pack of methylene
I swear I
blue
saw a
tincture,
tank type
and an added
vehicle.
40% off when you buy them
I
in
look like
the
an
bundle.
APC.
The Power Drive
What, on
bundle,
YouTube?
including power
No,
plant and methyl drive.
I swear like I saw it
You
in
can
one of
get it
those menus
50%
things.
off.
What, this?
The Sheila Jeet gummies back in stock, 50% off when
On
you
the fucking stream is
subscribe.
delayed.
And the
Let me
Ultimate
see.
Life Force, 50% off when you subscribe at the AlexJonesStore.com.
No, it
But
looked
remember,
different.
final week to be entered to win the
Or maybe
Jeep
it,
Gladiator Rubicon
yeah, it's right
truck.
there. What is that?
But also, you'll be
it's
entered
a
into
fucking,
the brand new
like a
Stingray
quad bike type thing or
Corvette
whatever the hell it is.
Stingray
What, this thing?
An ATV.
raffle drive as well. So we decided
No,
to make a little
go back
change. We were doing
to
the trucks and some
the
of the
other
more
menu.
high-powered
It's
vehicles.
called the FPU.
Now we're bringing you that
Why just like all the way to
old-fashioned
the right?
American muscle. Although I guess
Oh,
the Stingray is a rather
shit, I
new
didn't even
fashion.
fucking see that.
Came out, when was the first Stingray? I think the new model's a couple years back.
53
So,
horsepower?
That's
like
the
an ATV.
AlexJonesStore.com.
Yeah, it's like a fucking
And it's
off-road
your
vehicle type
support
thing.
there that keeps us on the air. Hey, here's a solution.
Nice.
I've got all of these videos.
Yo.
I think I did not send the health
It's a
insurance
fucking
one
tank,
to the crew
dude.
just because it gets a little redundant with a lot of these people's
Go
problems.
go
I think I
drive
maybe
one of
brought
the
in one of them.
refueling
I did
vehicles
bring in a lot of
for the
videos
plane.
just with people dealing with the economic
What?
stress. Because they see, they're told, work harder, all this stuff, and they're like, hey,
Go
I'm already
get
working
one of
50,
those
60 hours a week.
refueling
There is
trucks,
no
you
work. I can't get
I
blood
don't know
out
if
of
they
a
have
stone
those
here.
in this game.
And you've heard this argument for a long time. Now, I will say, it is much worse now. Because
That actually
the
looks
millennials, we used to hear this all the
pretty
time.
accurate.
And the millennials, I think my whole crew is millennials. They'll probably
dude.
back me up on this. We used to hear this all the time. How, work harder or whatever. And it was a little easier, I think, for even millennials to kind of get by because life was nowhere near as expensive. It was still difficult to get into the asset column.
They got F1 cars
And
in
we
this
still had
game.
the debt issues, but life was not nowhere
probably in a
near as
mod.
expensive. I mean, stunningly, the increase. Like I remember
It's always
the
a
house I used to
mod.
rent before I moved here in St. Louis, 3-bedroom,
Ocean mod.
1 bath. It was like $950 a month. Same house now is going for like $22. So I mean that's just a 10-year increase. Listen to Ron DeSantis here in clip 1.
The property tax situation. It's very
Damn, dog, where'd the bus
given how
go?
that's pinched so many homeowners, particularly our senior citizens who have their homes paid off and they bought it 30 years ago for a certain amount. Now they're being told it's worth so much more and they have to pony up more and more money. It's almost like they have to pay rent to the government just to be able to enjoy their property. And that's wrong.
You see the new Wolverine game?
Solution? Cut the property tax.
No, but I heard that
Property tax now.
there is one.
All right, joining me in studio now, thanks
Does it look good?
former January 6th political prisoner
Oh, yeah, it
Jeremy
looked pretty
Brown.
good.
His website, jeremybrown.defense.com. Who is jeremybrown.com? You can learn more about his story and how he was being targeted by the Biden administration, feds, and everything else. And I was briefly talking to him before he came on air. kind of setting the stage here, and I figured, you know, that's a perfect place to start, because I asked him, I said, yeah, I heard on the Jones Show earlier that you and I have a lot of very similar viewpoints and perspectives on where the administration has gone
it's a V12
since the election.
Nice,
and you brought up the aspect of, well, we were also both in jail.
Fucking faggot
and so I
is
sit
not
back
a
and I
fucking
recognize that, and I say, well, how much of that is really illegal? And he mentions the senior aspect there, and you know he's the governor of Florida, a lot of seniors, so okay, it makes sense he's going at it from that angle. But this affects so many different angles.
Dude, just rolling your foot on like a ball feels so good, dude.
Alright, I'm gonna come back because I need to go see what temperature it is in the house, because it definitely is not the same as it was before.
Nice.
You're a young person, and you're already barely getting by. You want to own a home. The property tax aspect of that can either take you out of the process or give you some breathing room to be in the process. It's like they just voted in Austin. I can't even believe it. It'll likely get rejected later on. It's insane. I don't know if every place is like Travis County. The fluctuation that we get in property taxes here would blow your mind. Blow your mind. If you have a mortgage in Travis County, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Your mortgage will like double, and you'll be like, what the hell just happened? They just doubled property taxes. You're like, what? So they just did it again. They just voted to raise property taxes in Travis. Just cut taxes. What does the government need all of our money for? Another war on the other side of the world? Another war in the Middle East? Another foreign conflict? Another foreign country? Another foreigner? What do they need all of our money for? No, it's to keep you enslaved, to keep you financially desperate. So property tax is a good place to start, but it doesn't stop there. we should do a fundamental review of every single tax that gets paid out in this country. Corporate tax, private tax, whatever it is. And I'd cut 95% of them. I'd say present to me every single tax right now that the Americans are facing. Give me every single one. And we're cutting 95% of them. We're cutting 95% of them. So it's like you go to a corporate CEO and you say, we need to cut staffing 20% or whatever it is. He's got to make it, he's got to cut 20%. No. There needs to be a mandate. Cut 95% of the taxes. And the minute you start to make an excuse, you're fired. Oh, we need it for the foreign aid. You're fired. Oh, we need it to get to a foreign country. You're fired. Oh, we need it for this welfare. You're fired. Until somebody gets in there and says, yes, 95%, and we'll be just fine. We will be just fine. We'll be just fine. And then, wow, what a noble concept. Who could have ever thought of such a revolutionary idea?
Fuck. You there?
You shouldn't be taxed.
So what temperature is it in your house?
Your property.
It's 72. But I think I noticed it being warmer. Because someone left because it feels like the window's open, so it just
concept of self-government.
Oh, that is good.
Of a sovereign nation.
You gotta thank that person who left the window open.
Decide their own destiny. Wow, what an
But I
unbelievable
don't think
idea
that window was left open. I just think
results.
my house has bad
I wish somebody would have thought of it
insulation.
before. Cut 95% of the taxes. But you never really hear this. Trump's mentioned it a couple times. Let's just do it. Let's just do it already. Cut the corporate tax rate down to almost nothing. Who cares if the liberals and the bleeding hearts on TV news want to cry? Who cares? You'll start to bring manufacturing back. You'll start to bring all these companies back that went overseas for the better corporate tax rate. Went overseas because they don't have all the regulations and all the minutia of going through it. Just get the government out of our lives. But it's starting to look like it's going a different direction now. Because once they build this Skynet run by AI, folks, you're never getting away from it. You're never getting away from it. I mean, if you want to put your phone on the counter and go to the bathroom and sit down and take a nice Hillary, maybe you'll have some privacy then. Until you have a smart toilet. Those already exist, by the way. You'll have a smart toilet. Then that'll be in communication with the government. Then that'll be connected to the internet. That'll be connected to the AI. That'll be letting the government know every time you want to go take a nice Hillary. And how many times you flush and everything else that's involved with that process. But no, that's where it's all going. So you're not getting less government involvement. You're getting more government involvement. And this isn't something that's like, okay, let's go into the streets of D.C., let's go into the streets of Chicago, see if we can't clean up the crime here and make a point. Like we did at the border. It's like, no, you can get border crossings down to zero. No, you can get murders down to zero. You can do it. So this isn't something where you can just go in, make a point, have a solution, and get out. No, this is building a surveillance system that will have the government involved with you every breath you take. It's like that old song. Every breath you take, every step you take, the government will be right there, sending that metadata to the quantum computing AI epicenter being built right here in America. Total corporate spy grid. How's it feel to be free? So, in many ways, the World Economic Forum has fallen flat. But it will rise like a zombie lusting for brain or a vampire lusting for blood. They just need a new angle. They need a new angle. Climate change, the pandemic, these things have kind of been exposed as fraud. So where can they go next? Let's listen to this freak at the WEF. Basically, waving a lot flag on the climate change push. So where will they go next? Where will they go next to enslave the world? Clip 2.
In our nation and globally, and did we solve that? Like, did we actually manage to vaccinate everyone in the world? No. So highlighting water as a global commons and what it means to work together and see it both kind of global commons, but change is a bit abstract. Some people understand it really well. Some understand
You
it
see
a
my
bit.
car,
Some
dog?
just don't understand it. Water. Every kid knows how important it is to have water. When you're
Fire,
playing
right?
football and you're thirsty, you need water.
Yeah,
So
that's
there's
sick.
also something about really
Completely
getting
gone,
citizen
dude.
engagement around this and really, in some ways, experimenting with this notion of the common good. Can we actually deliver this time in ways that we have failed miserably other times? And hopefully we won't keep failing on the other things, but anyway.
Well, you know, I appreciate the honesty.
Why is
I
everything
must
so fucking
admit, I do
difficult,
appreciate the
man?
honesty here. But think about what
Why
she's
is everything
saying.
so what?
Okay. This is how the people, the financial elites that believe they've been anointed stewardship over this planet, which results in them believing they need to cull the population. This is how they operate. This is how they think. Now, that could just be some dingbat woman who's gotten up there because her honesty is a little too much. But they say, well, what's something that every human can relate to, that we can kind of penetrate? We can penetrate their consciousness because they know what it is and they know it affects them. Climate, weather. Oh, okay, let's go with that angle. Let's go with the climate, the weather angle. Oh, that didn't really work. Oh, let's go with the sickness. Yeah, people don't like to be sick. Virus? Yeah, let's go with that angle. Maybe we can get them all under control over the virus deal. Yeah, that failed too. So now she says, water. Now keep in mind, they rig up weather reports. They even manipulate the weather. And then they use that to get control, attempting to get control over the planet, calling it man-made climate change. Same thing with the virus. They make a virus in a lab, they release it, they run the propaganda on TV to put you in fear, hoping they can have a centralized government where every human is afraid of a virus on the planet, and then you go to them for the final decision. Well, they failed. So now they're going with water. Well, what's the problem with that? At least from your standpoint or my standpoint. How are you going to get an American to buy into a global government over water? I can go outside right now and pull a faucet in an alleyway at our office and water comes out. I can go outside my house, turn the hose on, drink from the hose. So, you know, most Americans, there's no problem with accessing water. So what are you going to do in that situation? Oh, you're going to have a water shortage. Yeah. What could possibly cause a water shortage? Well, you just had one because of policy in California. Okay. Maybe something comes along, some new technology that needs more water than anything we've ever seen, like, oh, I don't know, AI databases, quantum computing, programming computers. Oh, these things need a lot of water. They chug through a lot of water. Are they setting the stage? Are they setting the stage? And I do believe, you know, all these different entities just, they play off the chessboard like WEF is forcing all this AI stuff. No, I think the AI stuff, the tech stuff, that's its own sector. And then the WEF just says, hey, this is going to take up a lot of water.
Just
Let's do a
spawn me
fake
in
water
midair.
crisis now to have the World Economic Forum come back to influence and power and a corporate world government. Water shortages? I think that's the next big point, folks. Water shortages. Okay, let's see. Cut the property taxes. They're getting ready to run water shortage. All the pieces are in place for that. Yeah. Here's a funny one. Chuck Schumer. Now, there's no doubt, I think, the level of ego that Trump has is probably unmatched by many, if not by any. But to say that Trump wants to do this 250th celebration as some homage to himself, I don't know if that's totally fair. I mean, he definitely likes kind of working that into his image and the icon of his legacy. But Schumer thinks he wants to make it all about him. So this is Chuck Schumer. He's got a plan. He's going to have his own 250th celebration. He's going to do it in New York City. And he's brought in a ringer, guys. Schumer has brought in a ringer. So here he is to tell you all about it. He's going to trump even Trump's 250th anniversary of America in New York. Chuck Schumer brings in the ringer, guys. Let's hear from Chuck in clip 6.
I'm so proud to be here with the great Jack Schlossberg. And we couldn't think
Jack
of a better place
Schlossberg,
than the
the
Brooklyn
ringer,
Heights Promenade.
the heavy
Beautiful
hitter.
promenade with the Statue of Liberty, the New York skyline.
Anybody ever heard of him, by the way?
amazing
Never heard of him.
Brooklyn Bridge, to announce that I am so proud to appoint Jack to the America 250 Commission, which will be in charge of how we celebrate our great 250th birthday. Why am I putting Jack there? We know that Donald Trump will try to aggrandize the whole thing and make it part of him and his ego. There's no better person to push back on that than you, Jack.
There's
and
no
I know
better
you will
person.
be
Now,
there to
pause,
make
pause.
sure that
Hold on, guys. There's no better person than Jack Schlossberg. I'm dead serious. Has anybody ever heard of this guy?
Damn, dog, I think he's dead.
Has anybody ever heard of Jack Schlossberg?
I think he's
Chuck Schumer taps
dead.
controversial JFK scion Jack Schlossberg for America 250 Commission.
I think you fucking died.
It had to be a Berg, of course. You know, it had to be a Berg. Oh my gosh. You couldn't even find somebody whose last name was like Smith or Jones or Washington or Jefferson. It's Schlossberg. I mean, it's just the whole thing is ridiculous. The big heavy hitter, guys. Schumer's going to do it bigger than Trump, and he's brought in the ringer, Schlossberg. That'll move the needle. All right, that's good. Thank you. The only grandson of the 35th President of the United States, of JFK, Schlossberg. Boy, that's a real victory, huh? How about that? Oh, my gosh. Oh, boy, are we getting a little too conspiratorial here? Wow. JFK assassinated. And now what remains is Schlossberg. Beautiful. Just magical stuff right there. I'll tell you. Well, since we've gone there, we might as well go into this geopolitical stuff. I suppose we could start here. This is getting really strange. You know, I have always liked Mike Huckabee, and I've always viewed him as a trustworthy and an honest guy. And even if I have a different opinion on Israel or all of that, you know, all the controversy that comes around with that conversation, I'm okay with somebody having a different opinion than me, and I can still say that I think he's a good person. So, what's been going on with Huckabee, though, in the last month or so has been really strange. I have to admit, it's been really strange. And things really got strange after he dared tell the American people about Israel blowing up that church. And then all of a sudden, things just got weird. And then they were like, he had like multiple, I don't even know if you would call it interventions, but it was like, no, they came in and got him on record, and they put him right back on track real quick. So now he's having all these meetings with Jewish leaders and rabbis and weird photo ops and with Netanyahu, and it's just like, what in the heck is going on? He's got a 6'9" wife up there.
The typical shelf life for those like vending snacks that your mom gets.
Probably like 6 months, maybe, like 5 months, depending on what it is.
So like the bag chips, it's like 6 months.
Well, it depends why she has it. If it's like because they haven't been sold, then it's probably like a month, and they're going to expire soon. If not, then it could be 6 months. Yeah.
How many does she get?
Sometimes she'll bring home like 2 or 3 boxes.
How much is in each box? They're like mixed, right?
Yeah, there could be like 20, 30, or 40. I can't remember.
Hmm. $40. Oh.
Muslim leader, just like you can't take some Catholic or whatever it is, and they say something radical, and then you say, see, this is how all Jews feel, or see, this is how all Muslims feel. No, I'm not playing that game. I'm not playing that propaganda game aimed at our country. I'm not doing it. So yeah, you've got radical Muslims that'll say the craziest crap you've ever heard, and you've got radical rabbis that'll say the craziest crap you ever heard. I'm not playing that game. But this is strange. This is Huckabee clearly in some weird, like, get him back under control ritual, meeting with these rabbis for everybody to see. But what they say here is quite shocking, because I was told we weren't involved in a war against Iran. But then listen to this with no pushback from Huckabee here in clip 4.
The rabbi wants to express his gratitude, his thanks to President Donald Trump and to the American people for their steadfast support of the Jewish people, and particularly in this last war with Iran, and express his thanks and gratitude.
Thank you, Rabbi. What even is this? He's reading off a script. Huckabee doesn't look comfortable at all. And then the guy says, the Jewish people's war against Iran, thank you for America getting involved. What is this stuff, man? It's getting weirder. It's just getting weirder. Did you see this? It's been a non-stop apology to it. Poor Huckabee. You almost feel bad for the guy. It's like, hey, you know, they just blew up this Christian church. I'm a Christian. I think I gotta say something about this. And then it's nothing but an apology to her, shaking rabbi after rabbi after rabbi's hands. And who knows where those hands have been. All right. France summons U.S. Ambassador Charles Kushner over unacceptable anti-Semitism claims. Yes, this is the father of Jared Kushner, the ambassador to France. What to know about Charles Kushner, the U.S. diplomat being summoned to Paris over Macron letter? Well, you didn't hear? Kushner scolded Macron and said that France is not doing enough for Israel, and that France is not doing enough to fight anti-Semitism. Isn't that something? Isn't that amazing? Tell me why any of this has to do with a U.S. ambassador to France. Because the big secret that everybody knows now, I don't really know. Look, people debate over the power dynamic between Israel and the United States. Like, is Israel really running things, or is America really running things? Whatever, half the debate. But the thing that is now completely undeniable is at least right now, these two bodies move in unison. And there's nothing the other can do about it. So, Israel wants to do something, whether the administration likes it or not, whether the American people like it or not, it's like they're going to do it, we're going to have to go along with it, nothing we can do. So you can kind of say the same thing with America, but at the bottom line, it does seem that one has the final say, and it's not you. No, it's not you. Why is the ambassador to France? So the U.S., Jared Kushner's dad, Charles Kushner, is scolding France for not doing enough for Israel. You're really just not doing yourself any favors to claim that Israel doesn't have control over the United States when you see stuff like this happening every day. In fact, at this point, it's just undeniable. And then, maybe people like Israel. Maybe people still do like Israel, but they don't like war. And they don't like what the IDF is doing, and rightfully so. They continue to bomb all their neighbors, the friendly country of Israel. Israeli bombardment kills 10 in Yemen's Sana'a after Houthi attacks. They did nothing. The Houthis like throw rocks at you, and then they hit you with a missile. Israelis strike Yemen capital in retaliation for earlier attacks. Looks like maybe 100 or so people were injured by Israel in that deal. So it's Yemen, it's Gaza, it's the Golan Heights, it's the West Bank, it's strike hits Gaza hospital, killing journalists. They regret nothing. They just regret you reading about it. By the way, it's proof that they don't regret it because they did it twice. Israel strikes Gaza hospital twice, killing at least 20. So they struck the hospital, and then they waited for journalists and medical teams to arrive, and then they struck it again. Okay? So, hey, I get it. Israel answers to nobody but Israel. So you kind of have to be envious of that. It's like our administration answers to somebody. We can't get what the American people want, but okay. So I get it. Israel's saying, hey, we don't want all these doctors in here healing people up. We're in a war. They are trying to annihilate the Gaza Strip. They are going to annihilate it. There will not be a building standing. There might not be a building standing right now, and they're going to go in there and they're going to take it. It's going to be theirs. They're going to claim it's Israel. This is clearly the agenda. They're going for it. So I get you're Israel. You're in mindset. You're in an all-out war. Extincting your enemy is the only option. So any doctors and medical teams that are there healing your enemy, kill them. Any journalists that are there documenting all of your dastardly deeds that the world is sick of, kill them. It's what they're doing. So the only way you support that is, I guess, if you're an Israel firster, which are now running our foreign policy. And now they are going into Gaza to begin the takeover. They're saying, oh, it's temporary, oh, it's an occupation, oh, it's cleaning. Shut up. You're taking the land. Stop lying to everybody. It's so obvious. Israel says it will begin Gaza City military takeover next month. Next month. They will be taking the land from the million-plus Palestinians that have lived there, that were there before any of the Israelis were. And they're just going to go ahead and do that. And anybody that gets in their way, unfortunately for you, it's a brave effort to document this stuff or to go in there and try to help the kids that they're maiming permanently. But it's going to be a bad result for you. It's not good. Israel rolling ahead with Gaza City takeover to free hostages and defeat Hamas. Yeah, that's their excuse. Israel put Hamas in. Israel created Hamas. Israel doesn't give a damn about the hostages. They probably killed half of them in their strikes. They want the land. That's what they want. And whatever else is in the land. I don't know. The beachfront, the oil, who knows what else is on there. Making a new strait. Egypt is getting ready for this to get hostile. Egyptian army reinforces its eastern border ahead of Israel's Gaza City takeover. So yeah, they don't want to deal with it either. You know what blows my mind? And this really doesn't get talked about at all. So I say this not as an insult because nobody really talks about it, but I mean, it's like, did you know that Tel Aviv is about 40 miles from the Gaza Strip? It's about 40 miles. It's less than an hour drive. Blows my mind. Because, first of all, it's such a dehumanizing revelation to me. Israel is literally over here just slaughtering its neighbors.